Chapter 42:12. Second more. This is not a big deal. It seems that the old man will not embarrass you if you have a good talent. Unfortunately, if I read correctly, Blood Sword, are you from the Temple of Life? The epiphysis dominated the low road. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, and his pupils contracted for a while. The Temple of Life is different from other top forces in the universe. It is more like a big family, bringing together the special creatures that are wandering in the universe. These special creatures do not have exactly the same clothing and the same practice methods. Everyone has a unique way of practicing, which is completely different from the top forces, such as the Immortal Kingdom of God or the ancient Holy Place. Therefore, people who come out of the Temple of Life are rarely recognized as coming from. After Wu Jinshuang stepped into the starry sky, he did not show a special atmosphere of souls. He was in control of nearly 1,000 powerful people. Among them were many knowledgeable people, but none of them recognized his identity. People who can quickly recognize me as a shrine of life. I'm just afraid of the whole universe, and only people in Diwu Temple. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and faintly replied, "How is it? How is it not? If it isn't, the old man wouldn't mind making a good destiny with someone like you, who has good talents." The Bone Master dominated here, and the words came to a halt. Next moment, there was a sudden burst of een on his skinny face. "If you are from the Temple of Life, then I am sorry. Today you will die in this first city." Blood Sword, don't think of sophistry. The old man is a disciple under the Black Eagle Supreme Seat of Diwu Temple, and there is no possibility to read it wrong. Old man, today, I will kill the future confidant for Diwu Temple. Go to hell. Boom! He did not wait for Jian Wushuang to speak. He stepped on his foot, 5 thin fingers, carrying infinite coldness, and took a hard shot towards Jian Wushuang. Diwu Temple? Black Hawk Supreme? Wu Jian Wushuang heard the words, and there was a flash of intense killing in his eyes. Diwu Shrine, Black Hawk Extreme. He can't be more familiar. At that time, he was faced with life and death in the Joey Starfield. The Black Eagle Supreme of the Diwu Temple recognized him as a special creature and wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. To rescue him, I'm afraid he is now dead in the hands of the Supreme Black Hawk. He will never forget this life and death. I watched the scourge dominated by the storm. Jian Wu's eyes were extremely cold, and he sneered, "You have made a mistake." Huh. The guilty Bone Lord who heard the ransack heard Wen Yan's footsteps, and a touch of ridicule appeared on his face, teasing, "What did the old man say wrong?" Jian Wushuang raised his head, his eyes slowly condensed on the face dominated by the epiphysis. Next moment, a low laughter sounded. "You don't understand, it's not my blood sword, but you that are going to die today." Boom! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and severely chopped it to the Bone Master. The power generated by this sword is far more than the one that defeated Mu Chongshin before. A terror of mighty power erupted, stirring up the surrounding air, and the white waves turned upside down, howling, howling, howling. At this moment, a sound similar to the cry of the demon and the voice of the Buddha groaning came from the Wu weeping sword. Huh! Finally, the Wu crying Excalibur with no hands in the sword and the bone claw dominated the palm like a dry claw, collided fiercely. A huge shock wave exploded immediately from the intersection between the two, and the land around it was 10 inches flat. No, rewind. The aftermath of the fight between these two men is terrifying. Immediately, some of the ultimate masters watching the battle behind Jian Wushuang retreated back one after another. Jane Muchong Shinjun was shocked in his heart. He thought that Jian Wushuang, even though it was strong, was not much stronger than him, but after seeing Jian Wushuang, he suddenly understood in his heart. The gap between Jian Wushuang and him is completely an insurmountable nature gap. Rumble. Wu Yuba gradually dissipated. Everyone quickly looked up and saw a thin figure, suddenly shot backwards. hit the ground severely. That figure is really the master of the bones. Qi Jian Wushuang stood in place, with black hair flying all over his eyes, and his eyes flashed to the extreme. On this soft power, who can you kill? Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, his chin was raised, and he looked down at the skeletal dome that was falling far away. Kakik. The cheekbones dominated and climbed from the ground, looking hard at Jian Wushuang. His face was extremely furious. This sun obviously dominates the 5th level. How can it be so powerful? Blood sword, you. I waited for him to stand up completely. Huh! Qi Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. Once again, the sword was cut, and the sharp and icy sword ons directly crushed the epiphysis. Bone Bone, who gives you confidence and dare to say kill me? Huh! A deep sword mark suddenly appeared on the body dominated by the cheekbones. He raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang stubbornly. Taiching said, Blood sword, who are you? News about the Temple of Life. The Bone Lord dominates the person of Diwu Temple, and is also a personal disciple under the seat of Supreme Shadow, and naturally understand a lot. According to his understanding, the Palace of Life is in the level of dominance, and there are not many strong ones. He can really take the shots. He thinks that he can defeat him. Yi Ku. The man in front of him is totally different from the description of King Juyao. Who will this person be? Kill you. You can't take the king of the 9 robbers, Jian Wushuang said lightly. The cheekbones dominated Wen Yan, and his face suddenly became cloudy. Blood, sword, www. Novel. Do you think you really have a good chance of winning? The Bone Lord took a deep breath and said suddenly, Show your strongest strength directly. Jian Wushuang heard that there was no surprise on his face, which is capable of running through the universe and reaching the level of ultimate dominance. Which one has few tricks to suppress the bottom of the box? Good, Blood Sword, this is what you said. I hope you don't regret it. The cheekbones dominated his tongue and licked his chapped lips with a cruel light in his eyes. The next moment, he reached out his hand tremblingly and slowly concluded. Forbidden Bone Demon! Boom! Suddenly, the bone marrow dominated the already dry body, as if the last drop of blood had been drained, and the blood color began to fade away quickly. The vast divine power in him began to burn at a horrible speed. There was a crack in his back. There were more and more cracks in his body. More and more. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene took place. I saw a sharp, black bone spur that pierced him. In just a few short breaths, the leader of the epiphysis changed from a dried-up old man to a monster with a spur full of bones bent over his body. Chapter 40, 2:13. The first is more. This is... Bone Demon! No, Blood Sword is dangerous. For a moment, those ultimate masters behind Jian Wushuang exclaimed, Oh! Wu Jianshou raised his eyebrows, and there was a touch of wonder in his eyes. He could feel that after using the forbidden technique, the Bone Lord had turned his breath more than a few times. This is a good move, Jian Wushuang said lightly. Blood Sword, look now, who thee is going to die. A wave of terror, like gold and iron rubbing, unlike human beings, emanated from the mouth of the epiphysis. The next moment he stepped on his foot, and the whole person disappeared instantly. He could only see where he stood before, and a huge sound boom came out. Immediately afterwards, he appeared instantly above Jianshou's sword. 5 fingers turned into sharp bone spurs, and he grabbed at Jianshou severely. This grab is many times stronger than before, just like the 5 black piercing tears in the sky, grabbing towards Jian Wushuang's head fiercely. Wu Jian's eyes were cold, and he hacked out a sword to block it. Suddenly, the skeletal master grabbed 5 fingers and grabbed on Wu Weapon's Excalibur, immediately sparking a long series of sparks. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly, turned over with his right hand, and the divine power broke out in his hand, and he severed and flew the bones. Blood sword, useless, you can't kill me. The cheekbone lord dominated with a wild laugh, but it was a flip on the ground, stood up from the ground and scathed and killed the sword again. I saw that bone dominated the place where Jian Wushuang split and flew, leaving only a shallow white mark. I want to know that although the sword Wushuang did not really use up his magic power, the sword Wushuang's Wu crying Excalibur has the ultimate power of the law. Blood sword. Do you think the greatest improvement of the old man after using this forbidden skill is the divine power? Cheekbone's Master Zhang Kuang laughed and said to himself, "You are wrong. The oldest promotion of the husband is that unbeatable defense." The cheekbones dominated and laughed confidently. He believed that no one could kill him except the ultimate masters in the universe. Is it? Ji Jian asked without a double-sided expressionless face. After using the band technique, this bone cricket master is indeed very difficult to deal with. If he is still the fourth-rank master and does not need those killing tricks, it is estimated that it will really be immortal at 130. But now, after breaking through the fifth-level domination, the sword's unparalleled strength is enhanced, not just a little bit. From beginning to end, the magical power used by Jian Wushuang is less than 2 Qingdu, not to mention his third most successful source of kendo, the laws of the universe that reach the peak, and the many killing moves that are enough to kill the invincible ultimate master. You must know that those killing moves are the source of Jian Wushuang's rule over the world. Blood sword, now I am invincible. The cheekbones dominated his head. Shouting with laughter, his voice turned into waves of horror, and some weaker ultimate masters hurried back. In his opinion, today's sword Wushuang has run out of means. Qian donkey skills are poor. Invincible, you are still really blind and confident. Jian Wushuang's expression was light, his right hand was turned over, and Wu Wei's Excalibur was retracted. Huh? Abandon the sword? Ha ha ha. Blood sword. Are you going to confess to losing? The skeletal master saw this, and the face was dark and skinny, with a sharp spur on his forehead, and there was an instant of pleasure. The next moment he lowered his head sharply, his eyes flashing with murderous light. Blood sword, now that you confess defeat, it's time for me. Spur, go! He screamed, and suddenly all of his bone spurs were rotated and fired, like a javelin with a strong force, containing a terrifying divine power, and violently blasted towards the sword Wushuang. Magnificent, cover the sky, unstoppable. Suddenly, those masters behind Jianhui's body suddenly couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed, This bone spur, even each one has reached the level of inferiority. This bone spur, if it is a single one, may be nothing, but together at this moment is enough to kill the top ultimate master. The strength dominated by the epiphysis does not belong to the first city at all. I've heard before that the bone marrow dominated the fifth city. He was sent to the first city only because of the big man behind him. Now it seems that this rumor is not false. Hey, if it wasn't for this bone cricket master, relying on the strength of the blood sword, it would be possible to crush anyone in the first city and reach the top. Unfortunately, the blood sword met a person who did not belong to the first city at all. Everyone was discussing quickly while looking at Jian Wushuang. In their opinion, Jian Wushuang's practice of abandoning the sword is obviously to know that he can't break the defense dominated by the epiphysis, and is ready to admit defeat. In a gaze, Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he suddenly asked, "Do you know how to deal with a clamoring bug?" As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the room was filled with doubt. What does mean? I did not wait for them to speak, and saw Jian Wushuang's body, a strong and mysterious atmosphere of the extreme universe of law, burst out. They swear that in this life they have never felt such a strong atmosphere of the law of the universe. The sword had no expression on both sides and continued to speak. The words are not finished yet under the blessing of the law of the universe. the sword unparalleled stepped out, and the whole person instantly turned into a residual image, which was like a ghost, and directly avoided the thousands of black bones. In a flash, appeared in front of the master of the epiphysis. The sword has no double-sided expression, and his right hand protrudes like lightning, grasping the throat to control the throat. With this grasp, the speed is extremely fast. Under the blessing of the laws of the universe, it is full of obscure and mysterious feelings. The bone crust dominates under this grasp, and it seems as if it is silly and cannot move at all. It's a bug, just pinch it. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's right hand grabbed the throat dominated by the epiphysis and lifted it up sharply. And Jian Wushuang's unfinished sentence only then came to an end. All of this is coming to an extreme, almost completed in the electric light flint. In an instant, the audience turned into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Tuck, 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 tuck. The dark and thick bone spurs only then hit the place where Jian Wushuang stood before. How could this be? Blood sword, how strong is it? Countless people looked at each other, shocked in shock. They didn't expect that it was just an instant that the situation had changed dramatically. Chapter 42:14. The second is even more. Dominated by bones and bones, he was lifted up by the 5 fingers of Jianshou Shuang, and only felt the 5 fingers of Jianshou show, just like the 5 mountains of the world, holding his throat. No matter how he struggled and roared, he could not move at all. Why? How could it become stronger so much at once? The bone crest dominated the expression. Kill you, why should I use a sword? Wu Jianshou's expression was indifferent. Among the 5 fingers, the majestic divine power and the sharp sword that broke the sky broke out at the same time. Immediately, the skeletal body dominated the deities as if smashed hundreds of times by a sledgehammer, and they continued to tremble. A crack appeared on his dry, dark skin. He claimed to be invincible defense, was broken. Do not! Suddenly, Bone Master looked at the crack and suddenly shouted in horror. At this moment, he felt the threat of death for the first time. The sword of Wushan was left unheard of. Between the 5 fingers, the cold sword meant to be a snake swimming, and it was constantly bursting out in the body of the god of the bones. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. For a short time, the bone crust dominated the dry skin, and it was instantly covered with cracks like spider webs. His bearing point reached the limit at this moment. At last, farewell to the world. Rest assured, your master will come down with you shortly. Wu Jianshou grasped the neck of the bone crotch master, brought him up to himself, and whispered in his ear. Immediately, the sword had no magic power and sword in his hands, and it broke out again. Ka wipe. Suddenly, the epiphysis dominates the body of the god, and then, in a loud noise, the epiphysis dominates the body violently. Shinkong Ancient Road, the first city, the first person to dominate the bones, die. The audience was dead. At this moment, everyone is holding their breath, looking at Jian Wushuang with a kind of awe of eyes. I reached the top. Everyone knows that from now on, the first city has changed. From now on, the blood sword will replace the bone lord and become the lord of the first city. The crowd was quiet for a few moments, and then they boiled. Blood sword lord. Blood sword lord. Blood sword city lord. Countless people yelled. Their voices were enthusiastic. For a moment, the word blood sword was boiling against the sky, and the sound of terror was rising. Countless ultimate masters, staring wildly at the back of Jian Wushuang. Legend. For them, Jian Wushuang dominated the strength with the 5th rank. From the last person in the first city, he lost 999 opponents in a row, and finally the decisive action of slaying the Bone Master was a legend. And how lucky they are to witness the legend. In a frantic gaze, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, his expression indifferent, as if he had done only a trivial matter. It's all gone. Wu Jianshou shook his head and went straight to the main city of the first city. There, the handwriting on the wooden sign engraved with the word disappeared and replaced with the word blood sword. Wu Jianshou hung a wooden sign, and in the awe of everyone's eyes, stepped into the main city hall step by step. At the same time, outside the gate of the first city, countless people are attentively watching the rankings on the steel. Their eyes are afraid to blink. At this moment, there was no sound outside the city gate. Everyone was thinking to see if the blood sword could create a miracle. After a short while, the ranking on the steel flickered with golden light. Come here. Rankings are starting to change. Blood sword really challenged the skeletal master, but I don't know if he will challenge success. Countless people stared at it. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Finally, Jin Guang gradually dispersed. First city, first place, blood sword. Boom! Suddenly the crowd was boiling. Number 1. Blood sword reached number 1 in number 1 city. Miracle! Blood sword really defeated Bone Master. Ha 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 ha. I knew that the blood sword would defeat the bone sword. You still do NT believe it, and I was right, right? I just do NT know if the blood sword will continue to go on, or stay in the first city, like the bone sword, dominate among them. I am more and more determined now that blood sword, in the ancient road of the sky, the future must be a big man like Tianlong. Maybe it will also fight with the top Tinjiao in the universe. Countless people or exclaimed or laughed and discussed. Suddenly, those in the Sanzhou alliance saw the scene, and immediately felt uncomfortable like eating a fly, and quietly backed away. At the moment, in the main city of the first city, Wu Jian sat cross-legged, sitting on a futon, with a strong regular atmosphere, like a sea of water rushing towards him. The farther the starry sky is, the farther back you go, the stronger the rules will be. Therefore, it also creates a stronger and stronger weaker scene. Wu Jinwu opened his eyes, and there was a flash of thought in his eyes. For him, whether it is the bone dominated or not, or the first city, it is just an episode of him in the ancient road of Shinkong. His eyes have never been placed on the first city. Therefore, when other ultimate masters saw Jian Wushuang top the first, all kinds of excitement and enthusiasm. Jian Wushuang's own heart, but there is no slight wave. The strength of this first city is not worth mentioning, but I don't know what the strength will look like in the next city level. Yan Zhen's eyes flickered for a while, and now his strength, if only relying on divine power, should be the ultimate dominating top level. And if you add the law of the universe and the power of Kendo, Jian Wushuang can easily kill the top ultimate master. For example, the bone dominated just now, and the strength is at the top level of the ultimate domination. If you add Kaitian, Xingxing, talents, and so on, etc., Jian Wushuang confident, you can kill the invincible ultimate master. The ultimate masters of this kind of invincibility, such as the Jinnan King and the 3 princes who are in the ruins of Tai Luo. At the beginning, the sword unparalleled means were exhausted, and Yongyi Jian was the only way to slay these invincible ultimate masters. But after breaking through the 5th level domination, the sword was defeated, and Jian Wushuang was confident. The king of the south, the 3 princes, and others, even if they don't rely on Yongyi and Tai Luo Jiandian, he can kill them. As for the use of such powerful magical powers as Yongyi, Jian Wushuang is confident, and he is truly invincible, like Jiu Jiawang, and even the ultimate master with supreme combat power. He is confident that he can fight without defeat. What's more, if his strong heart urges Tai Luo divine sword, how powerful can it be? Jian Wushuang himself is also unknown. Time passed slowly. Jian Wushuang did not stay in the first city for a long time. After the exhausted spirit recovered, Jian Wushuang quietly left the first city and walked towards the second city. The first city is just an appetizer. The real strong people have already reached the depths of the ancient sky. After Jian Jinwusu looked back at the first city, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, left the first city in a big step. Chapter 42:15. The first is more, while Jian Wushuang became the first city master. The eighth city, inside a magnificent palace. A few candles were inserted in the hall of the temple, and the dim candle light swayed, which illuminated the hall very gloomily. A demon youth wearing mopping robes and black hair scattered casually, sitting on a large chair with a relaxed attitude. Beneath him, the two top ultimate masters, bending and trembling, were kneeling at his feet like servants. Master, the guy with the bones is dead. The servant on the left said cautiously, Oh, who killed? The demon youth raised an eyebrow. Master, this black light mirror records the scene when the skeletal guy was killed. The servant lowered his head, moved his knees, carefully handed in a black light mirror and said, Okay. The demon youth nodded his head, took the Shuangguang mirror, looked down, and saw what was playing in it. He was dominated by the skeleton, and was pinched to death by Jian Wushuang. After a while, the evil young man's long fingers clipped at will, and the piece of mystic mirror was immediately torn apart. It's really a waste not even a fifth-level master is an opponent. The demon youth dismissed a cold hum and raised his head, his eyes flashing with thought. This person is called a blood sword. Bok tuck tuck tuck, hitting his fingers, he beat on the armrest of the chair quite rhythmically. The two servants did not dare to breathe when they saw this. After a while, the young demon looked down at the two top ultimate masters kneeling in front of him, and said lightly, You two now go to the fifth city to intercept the blood sword. If you see A and T bring him back, you do and T have to come back, understand? When the two servants heard the words, their hearts shuddered. Yes, master. The two servants responded quickly and then resigned with respect. After waiting for the two servants to leave, the eerie hall seemed even colder. The demon youth shook his head, leaned back against the big chair, and slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, in the distant temple of life, the mist was faint. A pot of warm spirit tea was burning on a stone table. The Supreme of the Blood Wave and the Great Axe sat opposite each other, talking and laughing. After the tea is boiled thoroughly. Huge Axe, come and taste, but this tea was specially commissioned by the old man to remove it from the first tea tree in the universe. It has the effect of concentrating and refreshing the mind. Blood Wave Supreme rolled up his sleeves and poured tea while laughing rode. The giant Axe Supreme heard the words and let go of his lips. He was not very interested in drinking tea, but only felt slowly and wasted time. Murmur. The giant Axe lifts up the teacup, swallows jujube, and drinks a cup of tea buffalo directly into the belly. Seeing this, Sun Xiebua shook his head with a smile and shook his head, but he didn't care. He and Zhu Xian had been friends for many years and knew his temperament. He held up the teacup, sipped the cup of Lingling tea, smiled, and said, Huge Axe, have you been concerned about the news from Shinkong Ancient Road recently? What's the news? Supreme Axe raised his eyebrows and asked. He Shu and Shiwa heard the words, raised his palm with a smile, and said, 3 days ago I received a message from a friend on the Shinkong Ancient Road, and a great event happened to King Jujia. What's the big deal? There was a cloud of doubt in the eyes of Supreme Axe. Could it be that King Nine Calamity had an accident? But looking at the appearance of blood waves, it doesn't look like something happened to King Jujia. Soon Xiaobua Supreme smiled slightly, and then said, King of the Nine Calamities, killing Dingguang Supreme. What? The King of Nine Kings killed the Dingguang Supreme? The Great Axe heard a surprise. Lu Dingguang Supreme, he has heard that there is not much strength. It is the bottom of the Supreme Realm, but that is also a real Supreme. It's extremely difficult to kill. A Supreme Fall is an earth-shattering event for the entire universe. The King of Nine Calamities stepped into the Supreme Realm shortly before, and was able to slay the Supreme Master of the same order? Is this news surely true? The giant Axe slightly did not dare to channel. Sun Xiebua nodded his head and smiled. This thing has already spread on the Supreme Starry Road, and naturally there will be no falsehood. After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme laughed bitterly, seeming to laugh at himself, but also reassuringly said, "The perfect level of souls is really extraordinary, thinking that when I first broke through the Supreme Realm, but closed it only in the Chaos Era, can he completely control his transformed Supreme Deity." Ha ha ha, Bloodwave, we such Supreme relying on asceticism, of course, it is impossible to compare them with those Tianjiao in terms of talent. Axe Supreme smiled heartily, and then the words turned and said, "This time, the King of 9 Calamities, it is very likely that they can go with us to the universal cosmic event." Su Xiebua Supreme said, as long as King 9 Calamity did not fall on the Supreme Star Road, the chance of attending the cosmic event of the universe should be great. After a pause, Bloodwave Supreme sighed, sighing, and looked up and said, "Count down the time, Jian Wushuang, the little guy, should have entered the ancient sky, but I don't know how he is. After all, when it comes to the degree of fierce danger, the master of the competition in Shinkong Ancient Road is much bigger than that of Supreme Shinkong Ancient Road." "I know, you are worried about Jian Wushuang." Bloodwave Supreme smiled with a smile, and then continued, "Relax, Jian Wushuang's kid has always been clever, so we don't have to worry about it. It's also Bloodwave Supreme," smiled a little, and then said, "After the 9 Calamities beheaded and killed Dingguang Supreme, I look forward to more and more. What will Jian Wushuang look like after breaking through Supreme? I want to come. It should be similar to the King of 9 Calamities." The giant axe replied. Soon Xiebua Supreme heard the smile and shook his head without a reply. Only in his heart knows that the sword is unparalleled, but the special creature of super perfect creature, if Jian Wushuang breaks through the Supreme, I am afraid that it will be more powerful than the current King of 9 Calamities, right? The years go by, and the time goes by. Blinks his eyes, and time passes. I dominate the Shinkong Ancient Road, the 5th city, and the gate. The void suddenly twisted, and then a young man in black and black robe, wearing a hood and carrying a mahogany sword box, stepped out of the void into the 5th city. Next to this young man, there was a chubby monk in a yellow robe. Blood sword, this is the 5th city. The chubby monk in the yellow robe laughed. Okay. The dark-haired young man nodded and looked around, seeing the bustling scene of this 5th city. Fengshe, restaurants, and everything. Many powerful men who ultimately dominate the realm hurriedly rubbed shoulders on the street, passed by. For this person, he is a sword unparalleled after armor. Chapter 42:16. Second more. In the time of Yijiazi, Jian Wushuang broke through the 4 cities, reached the top in the 4 cities, and finally reached the 5th city. In terms of overall strength, the monks in the first 4 cities are indeed stronger than one city. Not much for Jian Wushuang. There is not much difference. The enemies encountered are often under a sword. The battle was solved, and occasionally when it was difficult to encounter, Jian Wushuang's note of Kaitian was cut, and no one could stop it. This monk, the chubby monk named However, was met by Jian Wushuang in the 3rd city. At that time, the However was facing the siege of many powerful men. This thing that shouldn't have been Guan Jianshuang, but it was a coincidence that this group of people just blocked Jian Wushuang's way. Under the hands of Jian Wushuang, they killed all the strong ones, and the monk in yellow robe saw it. Immediately hugged Jian Wushuang's thigh. He refused to give up. Jian Wushuang saw this and took it with him. Is this the 5th city? The sword is unparalleled, and there is no surprise on his face. Starting from the 2nd city, there is no limit on the number of stars and ancient roads. Therefore, it has also caused a lot of ultimate masters who cannot continue to move backwards, hoarding in one city. Case, go in. Wu Jianshou shook his head, converged, and walked towards the street step by step. Sun Hao Emperor quickly followed to follow, step by step behind Jian Wushuang. On the side of the road, many ultimate masters looked at Jian Wushuang. They first tapped, and then their eyes flickered continuously, as if they were thinking about something. Bloodsword, in this fifth city, the strongest person today is the prince of the yin and yang. How Ember dominated in the eyes of those ultimate masters on the side of the road, appearing somewhat restrained and carefully introduced. Yin Yang Shin Jun. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at How Ember with great interest, and said, "Keep talking." "Okay." How Emperor nodded his head and replied, "Blood Sword, I don't know much about the Yin and Yang gods, but I heard that the Yin and Yang gods have a mysterious origin, unprecedented strength, originally not the fifth city people, but suddenly came deeper from the ancient road to the fifth city. After the advent of the fifth city, the Yin and Yang gods killed the original owner of the fifth city in only 3 ways and became the master of the fifth city now." I said here how Emperor dominated for a while, seeming to remember something, and patted his head and said, "Yes, there's one more thing. I almost forgot to say that this Yin and Yang is not alone." "Not alone?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, wondering, "What do you mean?" "Yes, these Yin and Yang gods are Yin and Yang respectively. They are both the ultimate masters and the top-level strongmen. The methods they practice are the same, and they have a high understanding of the power of the Yin and Yang. Together, it is said that even those near-invincible masters will feel tricky." How Emperor said eloquently, "It's kind of interesting." Wu Jianshuang replied casually, but his gaze looked elsewhere. He could feel that after he stepped into the fifth city, the people in the fifth city looked a little strangely at him. That feeling is like a wolf that has been hungry for a long time and finally waits for a lamb at the door. Although the people in this fifth city tried to conceal the greed and cruelty in their eyes. Jian Wushuang had already seen too much of this kind of eyes and naturally saw them through at a glance. Wu Jianshuang frowned, suppressed his thoughts, and continued to move forward. In a restaurant next to Miu Road by the window. Look, is that fifth-ranked master in black robes the one who is rewarded by Lord God?" An ultimate master. His gaze was arbitrarily glanced on the royal road, but after seeing Jian Wushuang, he suddenly felt a shock and said quickly, "Huh, who? Is that Lord God, the one who rewards 1,000,000 universe sources?" Suddenly, all the people in the restaurant quickly crowded over and looked at Jian Wushuang. "The 5th level is repaired, the back sword box. Can't be wrong, this person must be the Lord God, the person who offers the reward. Go, hurry up and let the news of this person appear to inform Lord. Don't let others take the lead." They took a deep breath, suppressed their excitement, and hurried towards the city's main government. For a while, a conversation similar to that in a restaurant was staged around the fifth city, and Jian Wushuang still do not know that he has become the target of public criticism, but only subconsciously the more frowns and tightened. This fifth city is weird. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He could see that as he continued to penetrate the fifth city, many ultimate masters on the roadside, after glancing at him, swept away towards the same place. Blood sword, they look at us with something wrong. At this time, the master of How Ember also found that the atmosphere was a bit wrong and swallowed. "Did we provoke which big man?" "No, we have just entered the fifth city, and we haven't spoken to others. How can we provoke others?" How Ember dominated a little doubt. Wu Jianshuang heard the words, and suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes narrowed. "Provoked? If you say who he provokes, then there is only one person. That's the epicenter of the first city." At this moment, a sudden dull footsteps came from the earth. Alas! Immediately, Jian Wushuang saw a team of armed axe, wearing black armor, wearing a helmet with a white-skinned black armor guard, expressionless, come towards him. They stood one step ahead of Jian Wushuang. One of the leading black armor guards first glanced at Jian Wushuang's face, and then took out a black light mirror from his waist, which seemed to be confirming his identity. Finally, the leading black armor guard retracted the Shuangguang mirror and asked without expression, "Are you a blood sword?" "It's me." Jian Wushuang, nodded calmly. Bloodsword, Lord God, please come with us. He Jiaowei said blankly. As soon as the chanting voice fell, Jian Wushuang didn't say anything, but Hao Ember, who was behind Jian Wushuang, was a spirit and asked quickly, "This lord dare to ask Lord God, what is it about us? Huh? Who are you?" The leading black armor looked up and down at Hao Ember, frowning, and said, "It's none of your business. Just step back aside." "I." Master Hao Ember also wanted to say that Jian Wushuang reached out his hand, preventing Hao Ember from speaking. He looked at the black armor slightly and said calmly, "Take me." The black armored man nodded when he saw this and smiled lightly. "Let's go, Lord God. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 42:17. The first is more. Wu Jianshou followed behind the armor guard and walked away, but a sneer sneered in his heart. Well, I just hope that the yin and yang can be stronger if a few swords are hacked to death. How boring. The fifth city is much wider than the previous cities. Jian Wushuang followed this team of black armor guards and walked for nearly 3 times before walking to the main city where the yin and yang was. This city's main building is as tall as a city wall, with huge yin and yang pictures painted on the gates, full of meaning and strong rules. "Bloodsword, we have just come to this fifth city and have never dealt with the of yin and yang," you said. "What did the of yin and yang look for us?" Hao Emperor followed behind Jian Wu and swallowed. "I don't know." Jian Wushuang shook his head. Although he speculated in his heart that this yin and yang should be dominated by the skeletal corpse that was killed by him, it was not known until he actually met. "Bloodsword, I don't know why, I always have a bad feeling." Hao Emperor whispered, "Oh, what's not a good hunch?" Jian Wushuang heard it and asked indifferently, "I don't know how to tell you, but you also know that to me and other levels, there's more or less a sense of what is going to happen. I always feel that the yin and yang is uneasy to find us." Hao Ember said with a sigh, shaking his head. After he said that, his eyes murmured, and he said, "Bloodsword, I think otherwise. Let's run away before we enter the city's main house yet?" Wu Jianshuang heard the words and smiled back. "Hao Ember, you have concerns in my heart that I can understand, so you still don't want to go in as for me." Alas! Wu Jianwushuang reached out his hand and pressed it against the gate of yin and yang, pushing it away. He sneered. "As for me, let's see what kind of ghost trick this yin and yang is playing." The heavy door was slowly opened. A beam of light shot through the crack in the door. "Bloodsword, Lord Shinjun is waiting for you inside. Please go in." The black armor guard stood in front of the door, stretched out his hand, and said blankly, "Please." At the same time, the team of black armor guards looming, cutting off the sword's back road. Wu Jianwushuang nodded his head and stepped into the main city hall. Seeing this, the master, Hao Ember, suddenly struggled and hesitated. "I am now seeing by fools. The gods of yin and yang are absolutely conceived. I am afraid that it is easy to enter the city's main house, but it is difficult to come out." When seeing the figure of Jian Wushuang going further and further away, and soon to disappear in the city's mansion, the master, however, finally bit his teeth and shouted, "Bloodsword, wait for me!" After saying this, he saw the black armor on both sides look cold and expressionless, exhaled deeply, ran out of his legs, and ran towards Jian Wushuang. There are rockery pavilions and flying stone pavilions in the main city of Tanqing City, but it is a dead silence. In this dead silence atmosphere, it seems a bit depressed. Qi Jianwushu glanced at the dominated Hao Ember, raised his eyebrow, and asked, "Hao Ember, how did you keep up?" The master of Hao Ember held his chest up. He replied with a smile, "I can only save my life. If I retreat now, wouldn't it seem that I'm too outrageous?" "It's okay. God of yin and yang came to me. It's not your business at all." Jian Wushuang smiled, seeing Hao Emperor dominated with a firm expression, and stopped saying anything. After a while, the two passed through a corridor and then a dark hall appeared before them. I saw two old men wearing yin and yang robes, sitting in the middle of the hall. Needless to say, these two old men are naturally yin and yang gods. The two old men exploded with red hair, red eyes, fiery, fierce breath all over their bodies, and a few sparks scattered around their robes and horns. Another person was wearing a black robe, and his breath was as thick as water. Between his eyes, there was a faint blue sage flashing. These two men are like two servants kneeling at the foot of the demon youth in the 8th city. However, at this moment, the two servants are in the shape of a great change at the foot of the demon youth. They are sitting on the hall with contemptuous glances at the sword unparalleled. "You are the blood sword." Yin Shenjun, sitting on the right, asked. "It's me." Sword Wusho stood with his hands on his back, and he humbled and said, "Two gods, what's wrong with me?" "What are you looking for? You don't know for yourself?" The Prince of the Yang was fierce, and he suddenly hummed when he heard it. Immediately, an overbearing and hot breath, as if forming a substance, came to oppress the sword Wushuang. The Hao Ember who stood behind Jian Wu's body saw the situation, and his heart sank immediately. This is to give blood, sort of disappointment. Originally, he was still wondering if he could find a chance to be good. Now, looking at the appearance of this yin and yang god, he may not be good. Jian Wushuang saw this, and a slight sneer evoked in the corner of his mouth. "Your Majesty?" "Huh!" Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's third primary source of sword intention broke out, and a sword intention that tore the heaven and earth suddenly rose into the sky. Once this sword came out, it directly crushed all the breath of the Yang Shinjun oppression, and then patted it towards the Yin Yang Shinjun like the tide of the sea. Bold! Presumptuous! Suddenly, the Yin and Yang gods both stared at each other with anger on their faces. Finally, the ripping sword came crashing into the sky. Yin Yang Shinjun quickly drew up his divine power and reached out to spread the sword. Wu Jian saw this, and he didn't care about it. This sword was originally issued by him at random. He didn't even think about killing them. After patting the sword, the Yin and Yang gods looked at Xiang Jianwushuang. His eyes flashed to the extreme. "Blood sword, the old man is too lazy to go around with you. I ask you, but you killed the Bone Lord?" Yin Yang Shinjun looked cold and said at the same time, "What? Blood sword killed the Bone Lord?" As the man in the 3rd city, he naturally experienced the 1st city. Therefore, he also knows the identity of the skeletal master. But in the back city, a big man deliberately planted in the 1st city. Suddenly, Hao Ember dominated. He looked up at the Yin and Yang god, fearing that the two men, who are also the big man, arranged to intercept the sword unparalleled. "I killed it." Jian Wushuang stood on his back, faintly returned. He acted frankly throughout his life. He was dominated by the bone skeletal. He killed and killed. Naturally, he would not deny it. "Okay, the old man likes you who are straightforward people. Blood sword. Not to mention that the old man doesn't give you a chance. You can decide for yourself now. We can do it in the province, and you can die easily," Yen said. His eyes flashed, and he smiled coldly. Chapter 42:18. Second more. Self-determination. Wu Jianshuang heard the words, as if he had heard a funny joke, and couldn't help laughing loudly. Next moment, Qi Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the Yin and Yang gods scornfully. "What are you two? Do you deserve to let me decide?" The words came to an end, and the Yin and Yang gods were suddenly overshadowed. "Stunning! Blood sword, you it!" shouted Yin and Yang. Then, with a wave of their hands, they yelled, "Black armor, kill me!" Rumble. Suddenly, they saw the two teams wearing the black helmets and holding the ultimate master of the long axe, taking a neat pace from outside the main hall and rushing quickly. "Kill!" Dull voice from the black armor guard composed of these two teams dominated. When the two of the Yin and Yang gods saw this, the corners of their mouths suddenly aroused a smirk. "Blood sword, we wanted to give you a chance to make your own decision. As a result, if you don't cherish it, you will blame us for being merciless. Blood Sword, don't blame us. If you blame it, blame you for killing the waste in the bones and annoying our master. After speaking, the yin and yang closed his eyes and stopped looking. Everyone in this team of black armor is the ultimate dominator, for a total of 24 people. Even if the two of them join forces, they will feel headaches. They don't think that Jian Wushuang can survive the strangulation of these two teams of black armor guards. Suddenly, the two teams of black armor leaped at the same time. The divine power gathered in the hands of the axe, fiercely chopped towards the sword, unparalleled. 24 axe lights flicker, and the hall shines brightly. No, Blood Sword retreats. Master Hao Ember's face changed greatly, and he shouted, "Back!" Wu Jianshou sneered. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Native chicken tile dog. Huh! With the sound of a sword, Wu Wei's Excalibur came out instantly. I saw Jian Wushuang's right hand flipped, and the whole Bodis blood-stained Wu weapon sword suddenly appeared in Jian Wu's hands. Immediately after that, Jian Wushuang's sword crossed the sky, and the third strength power of Kendo's origin broke out. Huh! The 24 white axe lights suddenly split on the Wu weapon sword, and 24 loud sounds broke out. Wu Jianshuang only felt a sink in his hands. The 24 black armored guards' joint hit was really extraordinary. Even if he now relies on divine power, he feels a little hard. Is this the strength of Fifth City? Yan Zhen's eyes flickered. The Fifth City was indeed much stronger than the previous cities. Even if it was just the strength of a black armored guard, it could be called the top 100. Unfortunately, if this strength wants to kill me, that's not enough. The next moment, Jian Wushuang sneered, and more than 12,000 times his power suddenly burst out, and he picked up fiercely. Ka-rub! A flash of sword light flashed. Suddenly, the 24 black armored guards' chi-chi retreated backwards, and the body of the shook wildly. There was a crack in the black axe. Kill! 24 black armor guards looked at each other, and the faces covered by the helmet showed only a pair of eyes, flashing the color of determination. 24 Heijiaowai, once again killing swordsmen. Blood Sword'll help you. Seeing this, the master of Hao Ember suddenly bit his teeth, and a long knife appeared in his hand, killing the 24 Heijiaowai. However, Hao Ember can't control the strength of the third city. How can he be the opponent of this black armor? He was only swept away by that axe, but he was blocked for 3 breaths, and he was forced to retreat by an axe. Jian Wushuang saw this and shook his head with a smile. Immediately, Jian Wu's eyes twisted, looking at the black leap guard that leaped at him at the same time, and his eyebrows gradually cooled. Endless, isn't it? Next moment, Wu Jian's fingers crossed the blade of Wu weapon's Excalibur, and he whispered, "Open heaven!" Suddenly, the Wu crying sword in his hand heard the cry of God and demon, and the Buddha groaned. A sharp Fengrui reached the extreme Jianmeng. Condensed on the Wu weapon sword, a wave of mighty power destroyed the sky, and it radiated from the blade. Cut! Wu Jianshuang twisted his eyebrows, lifted his right hand holding Wu weapon sword, and then chopped down fiercely towards the 24 Heijiaowai. Rumble! With a bang, this Jianmeng was chopped on the 24 black armor guards. At this moment, the sword power of the sword is more than 12,000 times, and the third strength kendo original power is no longer half-pressed, and all erupt. I saw that as the natural disaster of the end came, the whole hall was torn apart instantly, and the thick eaves were lifted directly, raising countless dust. Suddenly, the 24 black armor guards were smashed. First, the black axe in their hands, crushed inch by the sword, and then saw the treasure armor of the 24 black armor guards, blasting a crack, and finally, during the explosion, the armored company took them 24 people, all turning into powder. I slaughter 24 ultimate masters with one sword. Beneath this sword, 24 Heijiaowai died, none of them survived. Hit this sword, the whole city is a sensation. Fifth City, whether it was pacing on the imperial road or retreating in secret at this moment, all looked up and looked at the location of the city's main government. What happened? Hurry up! There are battle fluctuations in the main city. Who fights in the city's mansion? Is someone going to challenge the yin and yang god? This person is so good at kendo. For a while, countless people moved by the wind, striding towards the city's main mansion. In the main city of Tanqing, Rao made it protected by the rules of the ancient road in the sky, but also turned into a ruin. Countless fumes filled the sky, and in a piece of wall debris, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, holding the sword's combat power. Behind him, Hao Ember dominated his and slumped on the ground, frightened by Jian Wushuang's sword. My life-saving benefactor is too powerful, isn't it? How Emperor dominated his tongue in shock. From beginning to end, he followed behind Jian Wushuang, and when Jian Wushuang defeated his enemies, he looked like a cloud of lightness, so he never thought about how strong Jian Wushuang would be. Where did I think that Jian Wushuang's shot was so shocking? Blood sword, we underestimated your strength. The bones died in your hands, and it is not wrong to die. A breeze blew past, taking away the dust. The duo Yin-Yang and Shenjin's faces were extremely gloomy, and they said, originally, the demon youth ordered them to come and kill Jian Wushuang. They only thought it was a beautiful errand. It was the main thing to come out and relax. It was only incidental. However, the sword that was unparalleled by the sword just made them understand. This blood sword is afraid that it is more difficult to deal with than its own imagination. Chapter 40, 219. The first is more. There's so much nonsense. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he looked at the yin and yang slightly. The next moment, the sword was swaying without a figure, killing the yin and yang god. Arrogant. The yin and yang gods looked at each other, then drank at the same time. Supernatural power, Yanlong. Supernatural power, miles of frost. In an instant, the area where Jian Wushuang was located first, the temperature plummeted, and the force of the icy cold to the extreme dropped, and numerous broken arms and ruins became ice sculptures. Under this icy cold power, all speeds have slowed down, and the sword unparalleled Wu, Weeping Sword, has thin frost. Also, this frost continued to extend upwards along the blade of Wu Weapon Sword, and seemed to freeze the sword Wushuang. Wu Jian's pupils shrunk slightly, and he could feel that under the power of this cold and cold, his whole body of boiling spirits began to become slow and dull. And this doesn't stop. The magical power in the hand of Jaina Yang was stirred by his hands. Numerous divine powers condensed and turned into a huge dragon that can swallow the sun. Go with. Shenyang Shenjin's head was flying with red hair, and he pushed forward hard, and then the huge Yanlong flowing with magma suddenly made a roar that shook 9 days and 10 places, and Zhang Yao's claws came towards the sword without biting. The two major killing moves issued by the god of yin and yang, and at the same time killing the swordsman. Even though it was Jian Wushuang, when he saw the two major killing moves, his face was a little dignified. After the yin and yang gods had done all of this, they suddenly carried their hands and looked at each other with a pride on their faces. Imagine that the two were the ultimate masters in the universe before being conquered by the demon youth, and they were the giants of the 8th city. They are confident. With their two hands together, it is not a problem to win a 5th rank in Sword Warriors. Howling! The magma dragon that was transformed by the savage divine power of the god of the sun was entangled in the sky, and a huge heat wave spewed out of its breath, burning the void. Above the earth, it was turned into a glacier of thousands of miles, and the land under the swordless feet was covered with frost. The broken walls and fragments were transformed into huge ice sculptures. The whole world seemed to be transformed into an ice and snow world. The primal power of the rule realized by the two princes of yin and yang, one extremely yin and one extremely yang. At the moment, They are working together to change the world, and the horror is extremely extreme. Wu Jian Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and stepped into the void, as if sinking into the world of ice and fire. His expression became a little serious. It is indeed a strong man coming out of the back city, and it is much stronger than the master of the first 5 cities. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, Gu, this ancient starry sky, is indeed the place where all the powerful dominators in the entire universe gather. The ultimate dominator in it is not only a great number, but also a quality higher than the outside world by several grades. If this yin and yang is placed outside, it is absolutely supreme, which is enough to dominate the existence of a party in the dominating realm. As a result, in this ancient sky, it has become a servant of others, and even the last 8 cities where the true strongman has not entered. Qi Jian Wushuang has long heard that Shinkong Ancient Road, 18 cities, and the 10th city as the watershed, the real strong, those who dominate the abnormal existence, Tianjiao evil, are fighting in the latter 8 cities. Converged his thoughts, Jian Wushuang faintly looked at the yin and yang gods and said, This yin and yang rule is good. If you grow up later, you may hit the threshold of thinking about the kingdom of God. The yin and yang gods stood with their hands in their hands. When they heard the words, they raised their eyelids and looked scornfully at Jian Wushuang. They said, Blood sword, you have a little eyesight. Since you understand the strength of the husband and wife, please be good. Hold your hands and follow us to see the master. If you please the master, maybe the master is in a good mood and reads that you can be a slave and spare your life if your talent is acceptable. As soon as the words came to an end, Hao Ember, who had long been stunned by the yin and yang gods, was dominated and suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang with anticipation. He hoped that Jian Wushuang could trust the master behind this yin and yang god. Think about it, the yin and yang gods alone are so powerful, so how terrible are the masters behind them? The good birds choose wood and live, and the wise men choose the master. For the ancient road of the sky, it is a very normal thing for the weak to attach to the strong. After all, there are strong men everywhere in this ancient starry sky, and the killing is extremely cruel and brutal. If you can attach to a strong man, you will find yourself a strong backing. What's more, if the strong person that he is dependent on can fortunately stand out from the ancient sky and get the qualification to participate in the cosmopolitan event, then, as a dependent person, he can naturally rise to the sky and go to the cosmos grand event. It can be said that, apart from those who are extremely confident in their own strength, or those who have stepped on the peak of the universe's dominance, other people, more or less, will choose the strong to attach. He is like, for example, the master of Hao Ember is it equivalent to the sword attached to the sword? Finally, in the eyes expected by the master of Hao Ember, Jian Wushuang sighed suddenly and said, Yin Yang Xinjun, do you not want me to self-discipline, or you want me to be the slave of your master? You treat my blood sword as who is it? What kind of person? The yin and yang gods heard the words and laughed suddenly. Blood sword, is it because you don't understand the principle of the weak to surrender the strong? Smile Yin Yang Shenjin's face was cold and hummed coldly. Blood sword, don't know how to deal with it. This is the last chance given to you by your husband. In this life, you must understand and grasp the opportunity. Otherwise, the opportunity, once you miss it, you won't come again, you know? Wu Jianshuang heard the words, too lazy to say anything, and sneered, stupid. The sound of the words fell to the ground. The sword Wushuang did not hesitate again, and he stepped hard, and he would condense into the ice floor, step out of a large pit, and his body blasted out like a cannonball, looting towards the 2 gods, Yin and Yang. You ungrateful animal. The Yin and Yang gods snorted, Yanlong, go! Miles are frozen up. Boom! Immediately, the magma Yanlong, who was entangled in the sky at first, opened his mouth and roared, spit out the breath of the giant Martian dragon, and then his tail flickered, biting towards the sword unparalleled. Wu Jian's eyes were cold, and the majestic divine power was infused into the Wu weeping sword. The sword of Kaitian was cut again, and he severely slashed at the magma Yanlong. Under Jian Wushuang, the ice peaks as thick as the mountain stood up, with the power of cold terror, stabbed towards Jian Wushuang's body severely. Get away! Wu Jian's eyes rose sharply by 3 inches, and he sighed coldly, and his right foot stepped directly toward this ice peak. For a while, Jian Wushuang defeated both yin and yang at the same time with one enemy and two. Chapter 42:20. Second more. I saw a weeping blood on the Wu weapon sword, and severely slashed on the head of the magma dragon. Rumble. A thunderous explosion exploded. Roar. I saw the Yanlong screaming in pain, and on its skull, a deep sword mark spread from the head to the tail, as if to cut this magma Yanlong in half. Beneath this sword, this magma dragon, condensed from divine power and the rules of yin and yang, shrunk by half, and countless divine powers were worn away. And the huge ice peak that came towards Jian Wushuang was directly crushed by Jian Wushuang's one step. Directly break the 2 major killing moves of the yin and yang gods. This boy, seeing the yin and yang gods, the pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was a bit ugly. However, this scene also fell into the eyes of many Fifth City masters who were coming to watch the war from all directions. Their rushing footsteps suddenly stagnate, and their bodies startled. Actually, there really is someone fighting against Lord Shenjun. Isn't this person the one who was rewarded by Lord God? This person is so strong. Obviously, only the 5th grade dominates the repair, but the 2 of them can fight at the same time without falling into the wind. They looked up at Jian Wushuang one after another. Their breathing was a little rapid. Yin and Yang Shenjun, you too have this strength. How confident are you? Can you say that you want me to arbitrarily? Dare to say that you want me to be a slave to you? Jian Wushuang looked coldly, looking at the 2 men of yin and yang. The yin and yang gods heard the words. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and they looked at each other. The fierce-tempered yang gods immediately said, "Blood sword, you must be proud." After finishing speaking, Yin Shenjun's expression became dignified again. Yang Shenjun, don't keep your hands. Be careful to capsize in the gutter. Although Shenyang Shenjun has a fierce temperament, he is not a brainless person. He nodded and heard Shen Yan said, "Yin Shenjun, then use that trick directly to suppress this kid." Okay. Yin Shenjun nodded. Immediately, the atmosphere of the 2 gods, yin and yang, skyrocketed. The power of the 2 laws of yin and yang is rising, and they are constantly intertwined in the air, but they gradually merge together. The yin and yang rules realized by the 2 people are originally from the same root and complement each other. At this moment, they are fused together without any hindrance. I saw that after the 2 rules were merged together, it was gradually practiced and turned into a yin and yang pattern that swept the world. This yin and yang pattern covers the sky, and a horrible power, like the grinding disk that annihilates the sky and the earth, will shatter the air of nothingness. Oh! Jianwei's eyes narrowed for a moment, and there was a strange color on his face. No wonder the bone Lord dominates, and the yin and yang are the servants of the big man in the back city. But the bone Lord dominated and was directly inserted into the first city. The strength between the 2 is really too different. Blood sword, die. The next moment, the yin and yang gods burst into drink at the same time. Suddenly, this yin and yang array was pressed fiercely towards Jian Wushuang. The mighty might suppress the quartet. If placed outside, it would be enough to destroy a star directly. This is the trump card of Yin Yang Shenjun. Yin Yang Shenjun is indeed a strong man from the back city, is much stronger than us. For a moment, those Fifth City strongmen who came from all directions to watch the crowd shook their heads and marveled. Blood sword, hold on. He was dominated by however, and looked at this scene stubbornly. The atmosphere did not dare to pant, and a heart fell into his throat. In the void, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and his black hair fluttered. He looked at the huge yin and yang pattern rolling towards him like a big sun, exhaling deeply, and spit out 2 words. Cut! Star! Huh! Suddenly, the turbulent wind in the air, the floating dust, everything, turned into the purest energy, rushing towards the sword without hands. Not only that, including those who dominate the distance, the weapons in their hands seemed to be pulled, and in their appalling eyes they unconsciously converged towards the sword without hands. Magnificent! Cover the sky! Finally, everything, all infused into the sword without hands, turns into a silver sword rainbow with a length of 100 feet. This sword began when Jian Wushuang first realized it in the first battle with Jiu Jiawang in the Life Shrine Proving Ground. After Jian Wushuang broke through the ultimate of the 5th, reached the level of Disheng. This sword is enough to destroy the stars. This sword is enough to split the galaxy. The next moment, the sword held Bai Zhang Jianhong without hands, black hair fluttered, and his eyes skyrocketed by 3 inches. Choose! Boom! Immediately, this silver sword rainbow split. When you hit this sword, the weather waves are split directly, and the heavens and the earth under the sword are split in half. Instantly, this 100-foot-long silver sword rainbow collided fiercely with the crushed yin and yang sword picture. Like a knife-cut tofu, on this yin and yang map, it was directly split into 500 feet. He is like a chaotic knight torn by lightning. This yin and yang sword is instantly shattered. Take this sword, destroy it, destroy everything. Domineering to the extreme. What? Suddenly, the yin and yang gods were trembling, and the anger in their eyes turned into fear. And the silver sword rainbow, after splitting the yin and yang array, just a slight meal, and then split again towards the yin and yang god. Escape! Yin and yang god see this. Want a crack? Turn your head and go away. Can you escape? Wu Jian's eyebrows are cold, and he holds the silver sword rainbow in his hand, as if the gods were born. Talent of supernatural powers, primitive universe. Qi Jian Wushuang said coldly. Suddenly, an intangible field came to the audience, and the distant footsteps of Yin and Yang Xinjun suddenly slowed down, and the silver sword rainbow finally cut off. The thief is so daring. The old man's master is Tianqi Langjun. The Yin and Yang gods are horrified. The whole body is surging, want to resist. However, everything is useless in the face of absolute power. First of all is the violent Yang Xinjun. Under the sword, the body is covered with cracks like broken glass. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xinjun's body collapsed instantly, and countless divine powers were crushed under the silver sword rainbow into powder. Seeing the scene, the god of Yin suddenly turned pale and pale. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the silver sword rainbow of Yang Xinjun was beheaded and killed again on Yin Xinjun. I saw that the body of Yin Xinjun began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless divine powers were worn away. This life is off. The Yin sighed and gave up the struggle. I was just when my whole body was about to be completely crushed and my life was hanging. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow suddenly dissipated. Chapter 42:21. The first is more. What's going on? Suddenly, a sudden ecstasy of the goddess of Yin. He thought that it was someone who had rescued him and saved his life. He quickly looked up. However, I saw Jian Wushuang faintly withdraw the Wu weapon sword in his hand and looked at him facelessly. Blood sword, what do you mean? Yin Xinjun asked, but in his tone there was less collision and provocation. Although he didn't know why Jian Wushuang had spared his life at the last moment, it was always fortunate to be able to pick up the next life in Jian Wush's hands, no matter what the reason. At this moment, dare to provoke Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang stepped in the void and stood with his hands indifferent. He said indifferently, "You, my life, I will stay for a while. You go back and tell the Tian Snake Lang Jun behind you. Wait for me obediently in the back. It won't be long before I will come in person." Jin Shinjun heard that his pupils suddenly shrank. "Bloodsword, don't you really kill me?" In Shinjun said unbelievably, "Just let you live for a few days. Give you a chance to be buried with your master." Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. Shu and In Shinjun heard the words and immediately rejoiced. "Oh, ha ha ha! Bloodsword, this is what you asked for. Okay, Bloodsword, let's go and see." In Shinjun dared not say more, for fear of saying something wrong, annoyed Jian Wushuang and made him change his mind. After I finished speaking, the Yin god Jun turned around instantly and howling away hurriedly away. Wu Jianshou shook his head indifferently. The Yin god king was nothing but a cricket ant that could be destroyed. If he wanted to kill, he could do it at any time. He is the Tian Snake Lang Jun behind him, who is Jian Wushuang, who really wants to kill. Far away, Bloodsword. Soon how Emperor dominated with excitement and trembling, looking at Jian Wushuang frantically. "I won. The Bloodsword won. That Yin and Yang is the old and ultimate master in the realm of dominance. When he was not conquered by the king of the snake, he was also the number one in the universe's dominion. Forgiveness is when the master of How Ember has not yet stepped into the ancient road of stars. I have heard the name of the of Yin and Yang. But these two people were defeated by the Bloodsword, and Yang Shinjun died directly. If it wasn't for the Bloodsword's final take-up, I am afraid that the god of Yin and God will die here, and there will be no god of Yin and Yang in the world. Strong, too strong. The strength of the Bloodsword is absolutely enough to compete with those top Tianjiao evils in the starry ancient road." How Ember dominated his eyes, and at this moment he was completely convinced by the sword unparalleled, and he did it in his heart. It is planned that no matter what happens in the future on Shinkong-Gulu, you must follow Jian Wushuang. This kind of powerful but peaceful backing is hard to come by forever. I must hold fast. In the void, Jian Wushuang lowered his head and smiled at the hostess of How Ember, and then stepped out of the air step by step in the awe of many fifth cities. At this moment, his whole body is converged, but he seems to be stepped on the ladder by every step. He is a simple black robe, and his breath is not only dominate the fifth series. Everyone present is higher than him. However, at this moment, everyone in the audience looked up at him without anyone, and they dared to have wanton faces. Alas, Wu Jian stepped on the ground with one step, glanced at How Emperor, and said lightly, "It's over, let's go." "Yes." The master of How rubbed his face quickly. An exclamatory response was that he immediately rushed forward and followed behind Jian Wushuang, step by step. The dark crowd crowded and saw Jian Wushuang coming, all in silence, and automatically separated a road for Jian Wushuang to walk. They have complex expressions. At first, they only acted as swordsman Wushan, the 1,000,000 universe source stone rewarded by the Prince of Yin and Yang, a soft persimmon that can be kneaded at will. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang first stepped into the fifth city, the wanton greed in their eyes was too lazy to cover it up. However, in less than a day, the person they dismissed at first turned into an existence that made them hard to look at. Before that, the black armor guards who wanted to capture Jian Wushuang were also in the crowd. They guarded the main gate of the city and escaped and were not killed by Jian Wushuang. At this moment, they are afraid of the extreme in their hearts. Fortunately, in the beginning, he was unparalleled to the sword. In addition to his indifferent attitude, there was no additional offense. In the crowd, the roads are continuously separated automatically, and the sword has no sides and no expression, and passes by them step by step. Among these people, there were those who secretly reported to the Yin and Yang gods when he first came to the fifth city. But at this moment, They all bowed their heads respectfully and did not dare to look directly at the sword. Finally, Jian Wushuang stepped on the steps of the gate of the 5th city. I walked through the gate of this passage, and behind it was the 6th city. Just when Jian Wushuang half stepped into the door of the passage, "Ill wait, Christine Bloodsword. Ill wait, Christine Bloodsword." Amongst the crowd, first a person yelled out a congratulatory speech, and then more and more people shouted, "Ill wait, Kung Fu Lord Bloodsword." Finally, the word Master Blood Sword resounds through the 5th city and heads for the clouds. Stubborn deserve respect. Wherever it is the reason it deserves. The sword Wushuang, relying on his own strength, has won the greatest respect. Amidst the sound of congratulations echoing through the sky, Jian Wushuang's footsteps did not stop, disappearing into the door of the passage. I watched the crowd watching the door of the channel without the swordless figure. Inexplicably, there was a kind of enlightenment in their hearts. From now on, this ancient road in the sky is afraid that it will become lively because of the blood sword. There are more people, but my heart is filled with emotion. Into the red dust last night, no one knows me. I am sky high now, I am the heavenly king. Alas, through a dark channel, Jian Wushuang's vision in front of him suddenly brightened. The next moment, Jian Wushuang and Hao Ember dominated the two, appearing at the exit of the passage in the 6th city. Blood sword, this is the 6th city. The city can no longer be called here. The space inside it is much wider than the first 5 cities. We generally call it the 6th mysterious cave world. Hao Ember the master introduced beside him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. His divine power induction was released outside the first time, but it was found that the vastness here was far beyond his induction range. His divine power enough to cover the stars could only cover a corner here. It is true that the city should no longer be called here. It is more appropriate to call it the cave world. Chapter 42:22. Second more. The 18 cities on this ancient starry sky can be said to be 18 small worlds. The more you go behind, the wider the area of this small world, and the stronger the regular atmosphere it contains. This cannot help but let Wu Shuangxin heart sigh how powerful the adult is in order to open up such an amazing ancient world of starry sky. Moreover, this is only just to dominate the ancient road to the sky. I am afraid that the supreme starry road is more vast and mysterious than here. It's unimaginable that such an insane means. Wu Jianshuang sighed in excitement. Some understand that the original Bloodwave Supreme told himself that if he did not enter the Supreme, he would not even have the qualifications to know the identity of the adult. This also makes Jian Wushuang look a little bit anticipatory. If he can really stand out in the ancient sky and get an invitation letter from the Universe race event, then he will be able to see the adult at the Universe race event. Jian Wushuang and Hao Emperor dominated the two and moved forward in the 6th secret world at random. Perhaps because the area has become vast, the monks here are far less dense than the first 5 cities. It may take a long time to see a rushing dominator of the realm. After seeing Jian Wushuang, those who dominated the realm were astonished by their eyes, as if they had seen a rare treasure. It's strange that in this 6th city, you can still see the 5th grade master. After looking at Jian Wushuang for a few moments, those who dominate the realm left. Jian Wushuang's brow frowned, and he knew that his 5th level dominated cultivation was the 6th city that was gathered together in this top ultimate dominating powerhouse. The cultivation of the body is fluctuating. Under this secret method, if it is not the superpower who dominates the ultimate, he will never be able to see Jian Wushuang's cultivation. After Hun concealed his breath, both sides of the sword nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang and Hao Emperor dominated while chatting, but they were not in a hurry. Master Blood Sword, I can't think of me ashamed, and there is a day when I can step into the 6th city. Dominated by Hao Ember, He watched the mountains receding quickly under his feet, feeling the strong, regular atmosphere of the sixth city, and could not help expressing his voice. Once upon a time he was only a small and insignificant character in the third city. Anyone could step on his head. If he had happened to pass Jian Wushuang at that time, I was afraid that his life would have been lost in the hands of others. Where can he think that he still has a day in the sixth city? However, the sixth city is just the beginning. Our pace is far more than the sixth city. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, Master Bloodsword, I don't hide it. When I saw you for the first time, I knew you would be a big man in the dragon and the phoenix and the ancient road in the sky. How Emperor laughed. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled at all. I was just chatting while they were walking forward. Suddenly, help! A clear cry exclaimed suddenly from a distance. Wu Jianshuang and how Emperor dominated the two, and both frowned. I saw a wonderful-looking woman in a purple dress, looking forward in horror. Behind this wonderful young woman, the five were burly, naked tops, and the ultimate masters surrounded by iron armor skirts, chasing behind with sneer on the front. Sister Joshi, stop here and give up the unnecessary struggle. Some of the five ultimate masters sneered. As the sentence fell, the distance between the two quickly narrowed. Suddenly, the woman in the purple dress, known as the Maiden of Nine Rays, flashed a struggle in her eyes and looked around anxiously. Later, she noticed that Jian Wushuang and how Ember dominated in the distance. Suddenly, she bit her teeth, turned in a direction, and rushed towards the sword pair. 2. I am the contemporary saint of Jushi Holy Land. Now chased by the wicked, I hope the two will be able to rescue each other, and I will be grateful in the future. Joshi screamed, Joshi Holy Land. Qi Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He had heard of the Joshi Holy Land, and it was also a big force in the universe, but his strength was not the best. He said it was a holy land which was exaggerated. Master Bloodsword, should we rescue ourselves? How Ember asked beside him, shoot and rescue? Why? Is it because she is the Maiden of Joshi? Jian Wushuang shook his head and said lightly, the various forces in this ancient starry sky are intricate. Although Jian Wushuang is not afraid, he doesn't want to let himself go to muddy water for nothing. After saying that, Jian Wushuang turned around and planned to move in another direction. Suddenly, the Sage of the Nine Dawns saw a flash of despair in her eyes. Suddenly, the five iron-armored men who closely followed the scene laughed and laughed. Boy, you know. Having said that, the five iron-armored men looked again at the Saint Nyoshi and mocked. Sir Joshi, don't play a little clever and expect others to come to the rescue. I can tell you plainly, Mo said, this sixth city is the people of the top 10 cities, and no one dares to come to your rescue. After all, you are the one who wants to be arrested. Saint Ju, she heard the words. Jiao's body could not help but flash. Her face quickly turned pale. Okay, I will go with you. Saint Joshi stopped and walked away. She knew that she couldn't escape. That's right, Madame Joshi. You must know that you can be seen by Lord Tianqi Langjun, but that's your blessing. How many people want King Tianqi Langjun to be spoiled, and Master Tianqi Langjun still look down on it? Mrs. Joshi, don't blame us, we are just helping Master Tian Snake Langjun. We have to count on you. After becoming a master of Tian Snake Langjun, we can be in Master Langjun. A few words before us, the five ultimate masters wearing iron armor said with a smile. He said, the five people stepped in front of the Maiden of Jushi, and they took her away, and many more. Just then, an indifferent voice suddenly came from a distance. Okay, the five ultimate masters looked at the sound of hearing, and suddenly squinted. Is that the kid? Isn't he gone? This vocal person is naturally the sword unparalleled. You said just now, Heavenly Snake Langjun? Jian Wushuang approached step by step and said blankly, bold, how can you cry Lord Tianqi Langjun's name? Immediately among the five, an iron-armored man shouted loudly, "Shut up!" The leading man in the iron armor skirt waved his hand to stop the man from speaking, and looked at Jian Wushuang and said in a deep voice, "Sir, since you know who Master Tianqi Langjun is, you should also know, Lord Langjun never allows others to interfere in his work. Are you planning to get involved in Lord Langjun's affairs? Are you thinking about the consequences?" Chapter 42, 23. The first is more. The man in the iron skirt has a calm tone. The more he speaks later, the more he feels full of oppression. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and smiled lightly. "Are you pressing Tian Langjun to me?" The leading man in the iron-armored skirt replied expressionlessly, "Her Excellency, what I said was not meant to press you, but I hope that you can think of the powerful relationship. As far as I know, dare to intervene, none of the people in Lord Langjun are alive now." "Oh, really?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and then his voice suddenly became cold, and he smiled lowly. "I'm sorry, I don't like to care about the consequences, especially Tianqi Langjun's thing." Next moment, Wu Jian's Excalibur, sword without hands in the sword, suddenly squirts. A fiery, blood-colored sword mangling, rising into the sky. God to heaven! Huh! Suddenly, this Jinmong was chopped towards the five ultimate masters. Presumptuous! Bold! 25 big iron-armored men suddenly changed their faces and shouted sharply. Immediately, the five of them used magical powers at the same time to block the sword Wushuang. Huh! With a loud blast, the ground began to tremble. After a moment, Jianmang gradually dissipated. The five iron-armored men had no trace. Under the sword, they were directly turned into powder. With one sword out, the five ultimate dominators are killed at the same time. The sky gradually returned to clearness, and the sword intention belonging to the sword unparalleled, then turned into a divine power and dissipated in the void. The place where the five iron-armored men stood before has become nothing. Stuck under the sword Wushuang, the five of them were crushed into ashes without even issuing a scream. Did you kill them?" Suddenly the Jiushi maiden looked at the scene, and suddenly covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and asked incredulously. Wu Jianshuang heard the words, gave her a slight glance, and said, "Why, I can't kill them." No, I just want you to help me stop them, but I didn't want you to kill them." Jiushi Sheng said dully. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words and could not help but laugh, and said, "Sir of Jiushi, do you think I killed them to help you fail?" After Sun said, Jian Wushuang did not wait for her to answer, and looked at Hao Emperor and said, "Why are you still there? Go away." After saying that, Jian Wushuang walked slowly towards the distance. He killed the five ultimate masters, but it was because the five were just His Majesty, the Heavenly Serpent King, and had nothing to do with the Jiushi maiden. Since these five people are dead, Jian Wushuang naturally does not intend to have anything to do with the Jiushi saint. Success! Soon Hao Emperor shouted a loud voice, then quickly reached out and waved at the maiden of Jiushi. He laughed. "Goodbye, Jiushi!" After Sun said, he quickly stepped behind Jian Wu's body and walked towards the distance. The maiden sister of Ju, she stood still until Jian Wushuang was about to disappear at the end of her line of sight, and then she struck her teeth and shouted, "Sir, please wait for me." After speaking, she quickly chased toward Jian Wushuang. After a short while, she came to Jian Wushuang. "Mrs. Jiushi, do you have anything else?" Jian Wushuang frowned, asking slightly, "His Excellency, how do you call it?" Saint Jiushi took a deep breath and asked, "Blood sword." Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and spit out the word briefly. Sister Ju Sisi nodded when she heard the words, and then said in a straight line, "Her sword, do you know, you have done a great disaster." "Oh, catastrophe?" Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "How to say this?" After hearing the words, The maiden of Jushi gradually became calm and took a deep breath and replied, "The 5 people who pursued and killed me were under the control of His Majesty, the Heavenly Serpent King. I see the Lord Bloodsword, and you seem to be the same as that Serpent King. Some resentment? Really?" Jian Wushuang replied casually. Saint Jushi nodded her head and continued to ask, "Her Lord of the Blood Sword, did you ever know Tianchi Langjun?" After hearing the words, Wu Jinshuang raised his eyebrows. When talking about Tianchi Langjun, he really only knew his name, and he didn't know the specific information. "Want to hear the details?" Jian Wushuang said calmly. Lady Joshi nodded her head and slowly began to say, "Tian Sarang Langjun is the contemporary patriarch of the Tian snake family in the universe. Not only is the Tian snake family behind him, but his own combat power is extremely powerful. In the realm of domination, it can be called invincible. He came to Shinkong Ancient Road 8,000 years ago. When he first came to Shinkong Ancient Road, he even rushed into the 10 cities and went directly into the latter 8 cities to confront the top evildoers in the universe, causing a sensation. He is said to have been in the last 8 cities if he hadn't acted too arrogantly in the first 8 cities, causing a certain evil spirit to be arrogant and displeased. He would have been kicked out of the last 8 cities. However, although he was kicked out of the latter 8 cities, when it comes to combat power, he is definitely the top one in the dominating level and cannot be underestimated. Now, among the top 10 cities, Tianchi Langjun respects him except for the Lord Blue, who guards the 10th city. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words and nodded. He heard that Tianchi Langjun's combat power was enough to be invincible. He was not surprised. After a pause, Jian Wushuang asked faintly, "Since that is the case, why don't you simply follow the King of the Snake? As far as I know, the Tian snake family is also a big family in the universe, and their strength is not better than you. The Joshi Holy Land is worse." After hearing the words, Sister Ju, she gradually felt a horror of fear in her eyes, and her voice became hurried and said, "That's because you haven't seen Tianchi Langjun. You don't know his abnormality." "Huh." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and there was a touch of curiosity in his eyes. "Her sword, do you know Saint Zixia?" the Jushi saint maiden asked. "I know a little or two." Jian Wushuang nodded his head. "This Zixia maiden is a contemporary maiden of another sacred place. The sacred place is stronger than Jushi, a holy place by its strength." "Then did you know that?" After the Prince Zixia was taken away by the Heavenly Serpent King, the whole person was sucked into a human body. The whole body of divine power was all taken away by the Heavenly Serpent King. The holy places where they live have a hatred against the Celestials. Speaking at the back, Saint Juxi's voice became extremely frightened. Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, nodded, and made clear. Lady Joshi panted slightly, and after a while she calmed down and said positively, "Blood Sword, Tian Snake Langjun is the man who must report. If you kill someone under his hands, he will not let you go. I urge your excellency to withdraw from the ancient road of Shinkong now, and do not kill yourself because of your efforts." Chapter 42-24. Second More. Saint Joshi looked at Jian Wushuang sincerely. All these words came from her heart. Wu Jinshuang saved her life. She really did not want to see Jian Wushuang died in vain. "It's nothing to worry about you," Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Jushi Sheng heard that she thought Jian Wushuang didn't believe what she said and quickly and solemnly said, "Blood Sword, what I said just now isn't half exaggerated, and even the strength of Serpent King that day was better than what I said terror." I waited for her to finish speaking, and she was patted on the shoulder suddenly. She turned her head in doubt. I saw the master of Howam glanced at her, shook his head and laughed. "Sir of Jushi, I think you're wrong. Now it's not Tian Langjun who can't let go of the Blood Sword Master, but it's Master Blood Sword, and you don't want to let him go now. Do you understand?" After I finished speaking, they both ignored her and continued to move forward. Suddenly Ji Nuxi heard the words for a moment. She looked at the back of the two people, and suddenly felt that the two of them seemed to have this layer of fog, extremely mysterious. No more, after all, he saved my life. I can't just watch him by and die. Shijoshi heard her bit her teeth and strode up. At the same time in the 8th city, in a magnificent palace, there's no light in it, and it looks extremely gloomy. At this moment, the closed door was slowly pushed open, and a ray of light gradually ran down the door. Immediately afterwards, he saw In Shinjun, bending over his waist, and came in frightened. The host! After Sun stepped into the hall, he made a sound and immediately knelt down on the hall floor. Immediately, he dropped his hands on the ground and moved his knees inch by inch. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a scarlet chair. A demon youth wearing mopping clothes with black hair scattered on his back slowly opened his eyes. His face was hidden in the darkness, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. "Een slave, what about the blood sword's head?" The majestic Een god in the 5th city is almost like a quail with a shrinking head at this moment. He heard his words tremble, buried his head on the floor, and said tremblingly, back to the master. The blood sword too strong. Yang Shinjun and I are not rivals. Deep in the darkness of the great hall, there was a silence first. Then the hoarse voice sounded again. "What about Yang? Master, Yang Shinjun was killed by that blood sword and killed with a sword." In Shinjun replied with respect. "Oh, he's dead, so how did you come back alive?" The young demon asked, without any emotion in his tone. "Master, the blood sword asked me to give you a message, so I came back alive." In Shinjun replied, "Tell me a word." The young demon snorted and raised his lips. "What is it?" In Shinjun heard that for a while he was afraid to speak Jian Wushuang. He hesitated for a long time before he bit his teeth and said quickly, "Blood sword, he said that you should wait for him here. It won't be long before he will come in and let me bury you." After I finished speaking, In Shinjun didn't dare to breathe, and his head buried on the floor was even lower. Suddenly, the demon young man was silent for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. He even asked me to wait for him. Want you to bury me?" The laughter was terrifying, and the whole hall shook violently because of the laughter. The tears of the evil young man laughed, and he wiped his eyes, looked at the Een god kneeling on the ground, and sighed. "Een slave, you really listened to him." After hearing the words, the god of Een suddenly felt cold and said quickly, "Master, you misunderstood." He didn't wait for him to finish. The demon youth held out his scarlet tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and smirked. "Een slave, how can you reward him?" Suddenly, Een Shinjun felt a chill, rushing straight from his spine to the top of his head. Only he knows how horrible the reward the young people are. Suddenly, the Een was terrified. "Master, forgive me, master. Please forgive me this time. I don't want to die." "Huh." He raised his head, kept scratching his head for mercy, and hit the floor loudly. "Dead." "No, I just sent you to a beautiful place." The young demon smirked. Next moment, take a huge snake tail and suddenly shoot from the dark. "Huh." Stinging this snake tail, he wrapped Een Yinjin's body in one hand and then pulled back and immediately pulled Een Shinjun into the darkness. Hi. In the hall, suddenly the shouting voice of Een Shinjun came. After a few moments, the hall quieted down, leaving only the hissing sound of a viper, which was extremely eerie. At the deepest part of the hall, the demon youth opened his mouth, and two fangs bit deeply into the neck of Een Shinjun. Countless divine power followed the two fangs of the demon youth and poured into the body of the demon youth. There was no sound in the mouth of the god of Een. His body was constantly shaking. His legs were shaking and rubbing on the ground, and he could only look at the demon youth with horror. His face gradually changed from green to white, and then from gray to gray. Gradually, Een Shinjun completely disappeared. "It's all waste. The demon Evil June loosened his mouth and stretched out the forked snake letter and licked the corner of his mouth. He shook his head, entangled with the snake tail of the demon god, slowly released back. Alas! The body of Enin King fell to the ground, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something that was extremely scary before he died. The demon youth did not bother, but stood up from his seat, step by step into the darkness, and walked to the gate of the temple. His eyes narrowed slightly under the bright light and turned into a snake-like golden vertical pupil. Behind him, he dragged a long, black scale snake tail. Hit him! It's heavenly snake, Lang Jun. Blood sword? Interesting, really interesting. I am looking forward to it more and more the moment I see you. Wu Tian Snake, Lang Jun whispered and whispered. In his voice there was endless ice cold. How can I reward you then? Sixth City, Wu Jianshuang, dominated by Hao Ember and Saint Yoshi. The three have reached the central area of the Sixth City. A towering city appeared at the feet of the three. Lord of the Blood Sword, this is the central position of the Sixth City. Most of the ultimate masters of the Sixth City are gathered here. Saint Nio, she introduced it beside her. Wu Jianwuishuang nodded and said, "Well, go in." Chapter 42:25. The first is more. When I entered the city, the number of ultimate masters suddenly increased. One ultimate master hurriedly passed the three. "Sister Jushi, are you okay?" At this moment, a sound of surprise suddenly came from a distance. Soon afterwards, they saw a group of young men and women wearing purple clothes and dressed like the Maiden of Joshi, rushing to this side. They are. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. "Lord Bloodsword, they are a holy place with me." Seeing them, Saint Ju, she smirked a smile on her face and waved at them. A few moments later, the young men and women came over. The young man and woman who shouted before was a young man with a magnificent face and a crown of jade. "Bloodsword, this is the old master of looking for ancient people, and also the leader of our ancient journey to the Shinkong ancient holy land. This distant brother." Saint Ju, she introduced with a smile. Wu Jianso nodded his head slightly, saying hello. "Sister Joshi, what is this?" Brother Gugu looked at Jian Wushuang, wondering. "Brother, this is the Lord of the Blood Sword, and his strength is unfathomable. It is because of him that I escaped the pursuit of Her Majesty's Iron Guard by the Serpent King." The Lady Joshi introduced with a smile. "Is that so? Thank you very much, Lord Bloodsword." Lan Gu looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang and arched his hand with a smile. "Lord Bloodsword, thanks to your shot, you saved Master Joshi. Otherwise, Master Joshi once fell in the hands of the King of the Snake. The consequences are truly unthinkable." "You're welcome." Jian Wushuang glanced at him and replied slightly. Where Lord Bloodsword can save Master Joshi from the group of Iron Skirt Masters. It must be superior. Lord Bloodsword, is it supposed to be Tianjiao from a holy land and fuckingdom? Lan Gu first moved in his heart, then asked with a smile on his face. Wu Jianwuishuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words and replied, "Langus Master is too high to look at me. I am a nameless and should not be called Tianjiao." After reading the ancient news, the Qin could not help but raise it a little, and said with a smile, "Your lord is humble." After speaking, he flipped his right hand. A Qinkuan ring appeared in his hand, and handed it to Jian Wushuang. "Sir, there are 100,000 universe source stones in this Qinkuan ring. As my brother, thank you for my sister Xiaoxi, Lily." Wu Jianwuishuang heard the words, looked at him faintly, and looked at him for a long time before shaking his head before saying, "No, save the Maiden of Jushi, but it's just me." This. Lan Gu Wenyan glanced at Jian Wushuang, and then he no longer insisted, and took that Qinkuan ring back. A few people spoke a few words again. The Maiden of the Nine, she standing next to Jian Wushuang, smiling, and said, Blood sword, where can you go now? Wu Jianshou shook his head when he heard the words and calmly replied, No, not yet. Sister Ju Cece smiled back and said, Blood sword, why don't you come with us? On the way. I just want to tell you something about Tianqi Langjun. Wu Jianshuang groaned for a moment, then nodded. Okay. His blood sword, Sister Joshi, this is not the place to talk to me. Let's talk while walking. I just want to ask you something. Lan Gu interjected with a smile. Brother, what's the matter? Wondered Joshi. Come here, I'll tell you slowly. Lan Gu glanced at the sword, unparalleled, and then turned to look at the maiden of Jushi and said, It is good. Saint Joshi stepped into Langa's crowd. The people on both sides walked forward one after the other. Sword Master Wu, Hao, and Hao Emperor fell behind, and Hao Emperor looked at the back of Lan Gu and others, muttering unpleasantly, Master Blood Sword, the people of the Joshi Holy Land may be too embarrassing. You saved them the life of the Holy Land Maiden. Did you just want to use 100,000 cosmic source stones to pass away? This is not enough for the use of the cosmic passage. Wu Jianshuang heard a smile and heard nothing. Lord Hao Emperor continued to sneer and said, Master Blood Sword, look at them and intentionally keep away from us. It seems that we are afraid to walk with us. Okay, just a few words. It was just to save the Jushi maiden. Jian Wushuang patted Hao Emperor's shoulder and said lightly. Wu Hao Emperor nodded his head, no longer said, but just looking at the back of Lan Gu and others, is still full of indecision. Not far ahead. Sister Joshi, do you know the origin of the blood sword? He even followed him. Lan Gu, who was still smiling, immediately sank and said. After hearing the words, Sister Joshi, Lu raised her eyebrows and asked, Brother, what do you mean? What is the word hybrid ? I. Lan Gu looked at Ju Zai's not-so-comfortable face and said slowly, Sister Joshi, brother, I just worry that you will be used by bad people. Think about it, that blood, you do and T know the origin of the sword. It's such a person who does and T know the origin, even to offend Tianqi Langjun for someone you do and T know. Do you think this is possible? After the words fell, other disciples in Jushi Holy Land echoed, Yeah, I have never heard of the name of this blood sword. The brother asked where he came from earlier, and he also don't say, I think it must be speculation. Huh? Sister Joshi, in my opinion, this blood sword is either trying to use you to approach our Joshi Holy Land to climb the relationship, or he is simply the man of Tian Snake Langjun, just acting in front of you. Saint Ju, she heard the words. Her eyebrows gradually cooled, her eyes glanced over them, and her face frosted. Do you know what you were talking about? That blood sword, but my life-saving man. Sister, don't be excited. Everyone just said that because of fear. Lan Gu said a relief, and then Feng Feng said, Let us talk to us. The blood sword saved you. What is the process? The sacred girl Ju Cece took a deep breath and nodded her head slowly, then said it again when Jian Wushuang rescued her. What? The blood sword actually beheaded the 5 Iron Skirt Masters? It's over. It completely offends Tianqi Langjun this time. He will never give up. Oh, we were still thinking about going to Tianqi Langjun to go to the door to make amends and reconcile this matter. Now that this is the case, it is estimated that reconciliation is impossible. The blood sword is really not harmful, even if it offends Tianqi Langjun. It also pulls us into the water. Now it is fine. Tianqi Langjun will certainly not let us go. Yeah, what should I do now? Tenzi Langjun will definitely come to us for trouble. Chapter 42:26. Second more. These disciples of Jushi Holy Land sighed, seeing the slightest stunned maiden. Shijoshi looked at these brave brothers who were so arrogant in the mouth on weekdays, full of disbelief. She thought that after she had finished speaking, these brothers would dispel the view of Jian Wushuang, and even unite with the enemy, and join with Jian Wushuang to slay Tianqi Langjun together. However, She did not expect that her brother's fear of Tianqi Langjun had been engraved in her bones. After hearing that she was chased and killed by His Majesty Tianqi Langjun, she was immediately rescued by Jian Wushuang. It turned out that they felt the sword unparalleled. How ridiculous is this? Gradually, the disbelief in her eyes turned into a stranger and disappointment. The master of Langu was not very good-looking, but he keenly captured the expression of the Maiden of Jushi, and his eyes moved suddenly, staring at the holy disciples behind him, and his face was cold, and he scolded, "What are you saying?" Word. The blood sword saved the Joshi maiden, which is a big favor for us. It is how you blame him? After he finished speaking, those disciples in the holy place suddenly shrank their heads, but there was still an indiscriminate expression of complaint between their eyebrows. Brother, originally the blood sword just had to chase away the 5 iron skirt masters. Why kill them? Now we are all right. We have turned our face with Tian Sarangjun, and Tian Sarangjun really fell into anger. Come, the blood sword is good, and you can leave by tapping on the buttocks, and no one knows him anyway. But what do? Why does the person killed by the blood sword count on our head? Disciple muttered quietly, to shut up. The Lord of Langu gave him a glance, and then immediately looked at the Maiden of Joshi, exhaled a little, and said with a bitter smile, Sister Joshi, don't blame your brother for being straightforward. Although the words of the deserted brother just now are awful, but it is not without reason. The practice of the blood sword is indeed too reckless. It was actually the best way to negotiate with the Snake Prince that day. After all, Tianqi Langjun is the best. After all, we have to look at the face of our Jushi holy land. As a result, he killed the people under his hand and negotiated it must be impossible. Sister Josisi heard the words and looked at the faces of Lan Gu, Kuang Yi, and others, only feeling cold for a while. It turned out that the brothers I worshipped before were just such a group of greedy people who were afraid of death. With a last glimmer of hope in mind, Saint Jushi took a deep breath and asked, Brother, what should we do now? Master Zanga smiled and replied, Sister and sister, rest assured, brother and I are not afraid of things. But that day the Snake King is strong, and with our few we are indeed not opponents for the time being. Sister Ju, she heard her brow and frowned. The master of Lan Gu continued to laugh. Sister and sister, but rest assured, I have already inquired. The 6th city master, Tiansong Shinjun, is preparing to host a banquet to entertain the Tianjiao rookie in the 6th city. So I'm in the invitation list of Tiansong Shinjun. A little later, I will take you to the dinner party of Tiansong Shinjun. Speaking of which, it is extremely proud that Lan Gu lived on his face with an unconscious rush of pride, as if he could be invited by the of heaven. After a pause, he continued, Sister, you may not know that Song Shinjun had not dealt with Tianqi Langjun that day. In the early years, he was almost destroyed by the Tianqi Langjun. We were at the dinner party. Maybe then they can say that the god of heaven song moves, and with us we fight against the king of heavenly serpent. In this case, even if Tianqi Langjun is strong again, there will be some scruples. Sister Jiu, she heard the words and couldn't help moving. Shi Tian-song God naturally knows who she is, but she is a veteran ultimate master who has impregnated more than 10 chaos eras at the ultimate master level. Her strength is beyond doubt, and she is definitely a strong one in the ultimate master level. If the god of heaven Song really can help them resist the king of the Snake Lang together, maybe he has a chance to resist the king of the Snake Lang. It is good. Lady Jushi nodded her head and said, Brother, I'll tell this thing to Lord Bloodsword. After all, the fact that Lord Bloodsword killed the lord of the Serpent King Lang has an unavoidable relationship with me. I have to invite him to join us for the night feast of the God of Heaven. This. Lang Gu heard a word. Hesitation flashed on his face. But looking at the firm look of the Maiden of Jushi, he nodded helplessly. Okay, as long as the blood sword is in order. Not here it's enough to have trouble at the banquet of the God of Heaven. The maiden's sister, Joshi, smiled slightly when she heard the words. Without a reply, she turned towards the two men behind Jian Wushuang. Yan Langu watched the back of the maiden of Jushi. Her eyes narrowed gradually, and a loud cry came out of her nose. "Blood Sword, come with us to attend the night feast of the God of Heaven," said the maiden of Nine Shi, who walked to the front of the sword without two sides and said with a sweet smile, "Tiansong God? Night feast?" Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. "Huh. God of Heaven is the first person recognized in this sixth city. We may be able to seek his asylum and fight against King of Heavenly Snake Lang together." Joshi Virgin smiled, and smiled followed by, Saint Joshi told the story of the God of Heaven, and told Wu Shuang sword again. After listening to Wu Jianso, he groaned for a while and shook his head. "I will not go to the dinner party of Tsang Shinjun that day you go. The snake Lang Jun, I will deal with it myself." The maiden of Jushi heard the words and immediately hurriedly said, "Her blood sword, that day, the Snake King was very powerful. We alone will never be his opponents. Only by combining the strength of all of us can it be possible. Go to battle with Serpent King that day. Little sister, Lord Bloodsword is unwilling to go. Don't just force others. Maybe Lord Bloodsword is a daring artist. You really don't need our help." At this moment, Langu suddenly came over and said with a smile, "Brother." Saint Jiu, she heard the words, and suddenly she was angry, and her eyes were spitting and looking at Langu. Her mind is always sensitive. How can she not see the potential animosity of Lan Gu to the sword unparalleled? Gulan Gu Wenyan ignored him, but looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang with a smile and said, "My blood sword, am I right?" Wu Jianshuang heard the expression calm and said gently, "That's right." After a pause, Jian Wushuang arched his hand and said calmly, "Lord Gu, Lord of the Nine Suns, we might as well make a difference here." After saying that, Jian Wushuang ignored them and took how Ember to dominate and then walked away. Chapter 42:27. The first is more. Lord Bloodsword. Wu Jiushi was anxious, and as soon as she wanted to chase, she was caught by Lan Gu. "Little sister, don't forget, you and us are on the side. The blood sword is just a stranger outside. Do you care so much about him? And you also saw that it was not me who drove him away, but himself go." The glorious look of Gulan was pale, and he said in a bad tone. Saint Joshi ignored her and wanted to go up to chase Jian Wushuang, but was caught by Langus' big hand and couldn't move. After a short while, the figure of Jian Wushuang gradually disappeared at the end of her sight. The maiden of Jushi had to give up the resistance and looked coldly at Langu. Huang Langu looked at the maiden of Jushi. Inexplicably, a tremor in his heart. He saw strangeness and disappointment that he had never seen before. "Sister Joshi, let's go. Tiansong Shenjin's banquet is about to begin." Lan Gu forced a smile on his face. Wu Joshi, the maiden, nodded her head and walked along with Langu. Yan Langu took a deep breath, and a flash of firmness flashed in his eyes. "Sister Joshi, I must show you. Only me in this world is the only person you can rely on. As for the blood sword, he wants to go to death by himself, so let him go." Originally, there was no night and day in the universe, but because the adult who opened up the ancient road of the sky said that there must be, so in the ancient road of the sky, there was night and day and stars changed. That night, there was a starry sky in the sixth city. Wu Jian sat cross-legged in a void, and how Emperor stood behind him respectfully. "Master Blood Sword, the banquet of the God of Heaven song begins." How Ember said in a low voice. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, looking down the endless nebula, looking down. "I saw the central location of the vast sixth city. In a splendid palace, there was a song and dance leveling up. Many of the strongest in the sixth city, or the star-studded star, show like the ancient ones, were sitting cross-legged and pushing cups for a change. Talk and laugh. The night feast of the Emperor Tianzong can be described as the grand event of the entire Sixth City. Basically, the Sixth City's heads and faces were invited to the banquet. Master Bloodsword, with your ability to enter the night feast of the God of Song, it is a breeze, do we really not go? How Ember asked. Wu Jianwuishuang heard his words and retracted his eyes, then shook his head and said, No, I just hope they don't come out and make trouble when I find Tianqi Langjun. After he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang got up and stood up and said, Let's go, we should meet the Tianzi Langjun. Also, how Emperor dominated the picture of Jian Wushuang Yijin beheading the yin and yang god, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips, and his face was filled with confidence. Now, he has no doubt about Jian Wushuang's combat ability. In the middle of the night, Jian Wushuang and how Ember dominated the two, like a lone passerby, quietly left the Sixth City and disappeared into the vast night. After 10 days, with an invincible posture, Jian's sword Wushuang beheaded and killed the 7th city master Yao Huang, and reached the top of the 7th city. 13 days later, Qi Jian Wushuang entered the 8th city. The 8th city, the Temple of Heavenly Snake. Master Langjun, the blood sword, has stepped into the 8th city. In the dark hall, a servant stepped in and hurriedly said Voldemort. Hissing, a voice resembling a snake vomiting a letter came from the deepest part of the hall. Then I saw a demon youth wearing a mopped silk robe, black hair spreading his back, and a golden pupil. Out of the darkness. Oh, it really made me wait. Tian Snake, Langjun, twisted his neck and made a click. He is not half afraid of Jian Wushuang's arrival. Instead, he is full of interesting novelty and playfulness. Where is he now? Tianqi Langjun asked, looking down. Master, the blood sword should have just passed the gate of the 8th city at this moment. The servant answered with a respectful voice. Hetian Snake Langjun nodded when he heard the words, carrying his hands on his back, looking through the hall to the far gate. In his eyes gold flashes. Go and find the blood sword first, and tell him that after 3 days the prince will wait for him in the Temple of the Serpent. Tian Sarang said, Yes. The servant heard the words, and then he planned to step down. At this moment, the faint voice of Tianqi Langjun came again. Go and inform Morrow and Blackbird again. 3 days later, before this temple, kill the blood sword. The servant could not help but tremble when he heard the words, and resigned in congratulations. Hetian Snake Langjun looked at the back of the servant who was gone, stretched out his forked tiny tongue, and licked his lips, showing a cruel color in his eyes. The 8th city at the gate, dominated by Jian Wushuang and how Ember walking slowly. Some past 8 cities are the ultimate masters. After seeing the two, the pupils shrink and they whispered and discussed. I heard that in the first 8 cities, some people beheaded and killed Lord His Majesty the Lord, and said that he would personally pacify the Temple of the Snake. It seems that he is this person. This person is a blood sword? Go, let's stay away from him. Here is this person, to challenge Lord Langjun? Ignorant is fearless. This blood sword can come into this 8th city, and it is also a heavenly pride. Unfortunately, he should not challenge Lord Langjun, an ultimate master of the 8th city. While discussing, he quickly looked at Jian Wushuang. They seemed to be afraid of being in a relationship with Jian Wushuang, and they quickly distanced themselves from Jian Wushuang. Blood sword master, it seems that the 8th city is not very welcoming to us. How Emperor noticed the eyes of the people around him and sneered. Wu Jianshuang smiled at the words and said, Why should we welcome them? That's true, too. How Emperor nodded, his mouth twitched. He immediately opened his eyes and stared at the ultimate master of the whispered discussions on the side of the road, fiercely rebuked. What are you doing? Yes, it is you. Yo, are you still? Believe me or not you. Hey, try another one. The ultimate masters at the roadside suddenly became angry when they heard the words. Look for death. They were about to start, and they seemed to think something, and then sneered, "Well, anyway, you offend Tianqi Langjun and you can't live long. Is it such a group of people who come to challenge Lord Langjun? I see how you'll die in the future." They all sneered with arms folded. Yob! How Emperor curled up his sleeves and immediately looked like he was about to attack. "Well, don't pretend here." Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing, patted How Ember's shoulders. How Emperor dominated the news and scratched his head, and he replied, "Am not a fox and a tiger and frighten them, who told them to look down on people first." Chapter 42:28. Second more. At this moment, a golden light suddenly radiated from the depths of the 8th city. Soon after, she saw Jin Guang disperse, and an old man stood in front of the sword without 2 sides. "You're a blood sword." The old man held his head high, looked down at Jian Wushuang with an expressionless expression, and asked indifferently, "It's me." Jian Wushuang folded his smile and nodded calmly. "Blood sword. I am the servant of His Majesty, the great snake Langjun. Lord Langjun has orders to tell me to tell you." I didn't wait for him to finish. "But a small servant is worthy of standing on top of me." Qi Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he broke them with 1 finger. A sharp sword on splits from the sword fingerless moment. "Blood sword, you." When the old man changed his face and was about to speak, he saw the sharp swordman slashing towards him, breaking his defense directly and pressing a sword on his shoulder. "Come off." The indifferent voice spit out from Jian Wushuang's mouth. The next moment, the old man was chopped down by a sword and fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked down at the old man with his chin, and said lightly, "Come and tell me now. What do you want to do?" The old man was embarrassed when he saw this, and when he heard his face turned red, he looked up and said to Jian Wushuang quickly, "Blood sword, I will inform you with Lord Langjun's life. 3 days later, he will wait for you to come to the door in the Temple of the Snake." 3 days later? Jian's eyes flashed with light, and after a little groaning, he nodded slightly. "Well, then you go back and tell your master. 3 days later, the blood sword will be on the door on time and set foot on the Temple of Heaven's Serpent." The old man heard the words. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, but was frightened by Jian Wushuang's sword, and he dared not say anything more. After a cold hum, he hurried from the ground and excited towards the distance. "Shoot away." After waiting for the old man to leave, How Emperor quickly said, "Master Blood Sword, that day the Snake King said that 3 days later, I was afraid there was fraud." Wu Jianshou heard the words, shook his head, and replied, "It doesn't matter." At the same time, he raised his head slightly and looked at the main mansion of the 8th city, the position of the Temple of the Snake, and squinted his eyes. "Don't let me down." "Master Blood Sword, where are we going now?" How Ember asked, scratching his head and scratching his head. "Find a place to rest." Jian Wushuang said. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to leave, the 8th city suddenly exploded. After 3 days, the Queen Snake King made a news about the Sword Warriors Temple, spreading wildly. 3 days later, the King of the Snakes will fight the Blood Sword at the Temple of the Snakes. Blood Sword releases words. 3 days later, on time to step on the door and set foot on the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. It's the first time someone has challenged Tian Snake Langjun since it came to the 8th city. For a while, there were rumors about Jian Wushuang fighting with Tianqi Langjun. The word blood sword spread across the 8th city at an extremely fast speed, and the hustle and bustle raged around. Who is that blood sword? What is the origin of the blood sword? There were more people, and began to guess the identity of Jian Wushuang. The night was getting dark at the gate of the 8th city. A group of young men and women in purple clothes carefully entered the 8th city through the door of the passage. Seeing no one outside the passage, the young men and women were relieved. Snake Langjun had a huge influence in the 8th city that day. Almost everyone in the 8th city obeyed Tianqi Langjun. When we come here, we have to be careful. The young man headed by this group of young men and women, Yu Xianong, with a face like a crown, said. Brother said, "It is still thoughtful that Brother Lan Gu thinks." The young men and women in purple clothes nodded in agreement. This group of young men and women is truly a disciple of Joshi, a holy land headed by Lan Gu. Saint Joshi was intertwined with it, her complexion and no echo. Langu glanced at her, shook his head, and then turned to look at a man with a beard next to him, and asked, "Tiansongad, this time we kill Tianqi Langjun, what should we do?" This bearded man stood tall with his hands in his hands, and as imposing as the mountains. He is the master of the 6th city, God of Heaven. He originally had a deep blood feud with Tianzi Langjun, but it was only because his strength was on the front line that he was far behind. At the night banquet, Langu just said that he planned to kill Tianqi Langjun, and the two parties made a snap and came to this 8th city. The God of Heaven Song heard and said, "The King of Serpents and Kings was very powerful that day. Although I may not be able to fight with one another when we are united together, we still have to be cautious. I suggest that I wait to inquire first and wait for the opportunity to sneak in. In the Temple of Heavenly Serpent, try to find a way to kill the King of Heavenly Serpent King when he is not ready." After glimpsing the ancient masters, he nodded in deep thought. He turned back and instructed, "Master Laguna and Master Xuanshan, you two sneaked into the city and inquired about the news of the Heavenly Serpent King." "Yes." Immediately, the two disciples of Joshi Holy Land stood out from behind, arching hands. The ancient ruler looked at a mountain outside the city and said to the others, let's go there and wait for news." A few moments later, several people disappeared at the entrance of the passage. In a day, it's a flash. The penultimate day of the decisive battle between Jian Wushuang and Heavenly Snake God. Outside the 8th city on the dark mountains, the deserted master and the hunting mountain master who came out to inquire about the news came back. "Brother, the big thing is not good. The blood sword even openly challenged the Heavenly Serpent King. The two have an appointment and will fight in the Heavenly Serpent Temple 2 days later. The masters of the Quanjianji and the masters of the mountain hunting hurriedly came to say, what? That blood sword openly challenged Tian Snake Langjun?" Immediately, Lan Gus' face sank and his expression was ugly. "This blood sword is a fool? You thought you could kill the Lord of the Serpent King, and you can fight against the Serpent King? Arrogant and arrogant. Lango, you must pay attention to your words. You must not insult Lord Bloodsword." Prince Ju Shi, who had always looked complex, suddenly changed her path. Gu Langu heard a heavy snoring and did not say more. After hearing the words, God Tiansong wondered, "Langu, who is that blood sword?" "Blood sword? A nameless pawn. Nothing worth mentioning." Immediately, Lan Gu said the sword unparalleled thing again with a cold expression. "The blood sword is seeking death by myself. I can't control it, but am afraid that we will delay our plan. Strict precautions will be taken. I'm afraid we won't mix so well." After hearing the words, the God of Heaven for a while immediately waved his hand, sneer, and said, "It's okay. Let's let the blood sword be the cannon fodder." After the blood sword was killed by Tian Serangjun, slay from the dark and kill Tianqi Langjun in one shot. A glance at Gu Wenyan's eyes flashed. Immediately he sneered sneerly, "This is a wonderful plan, so let the blood sword die first." Saint Jushi listened to the dialogue. Her heart sank suddenly. Chapter 42:29. The first is more. In 3 days it flashed. In an attic, Jian Wu crossed his knees. His eyes opened suddenly. A fascination flickered from Jian Wu's eyes. "Time is up. Go and settle on the Temple of Heavenly Serpent." Jian Wushuang stood up and walked toward the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. How Emperor follows behind and walks step by step with sword Wushuang. On this day, the 8th city is full of people shaking. inside the Temple of the Snake. Tian Snake Langjun also got up and stood up, stretched out his forked tongue, and licked the corner of his mouth. Blood Sword, it's time to reward you. At the end of the 8th city, Royal Road, Jian Wushuang stood up and stepped out. Initially, Jian Wushuang's speed was extremely slow. Over time, Jian Wushuang's footsteps became faster and faster, and finally turned into a horizontal thunder between the heavens and the earth, the thunder roaring under his feet, and his body soared into the sky. Blood Sword, look at the Temple of Heavenly Snake. The next moment, Jian Shuang's voice fell like a thunder from the air and exploded over the Sky Snake Temple in the 8th city. At this moment, everyone in the 8th city is gathered here and attracts everyone's attention. It has started. Everyone raised their heads, looked at the vanity of the petals, and stood on top of the Temple of Heavenly Serpent, Sword Wushuang, squinting their eyes at the same time. They know that the battle between the Blood Sword and the King of the Serpent and the King of the Snake started from this moment. The next moment, I saw more than 20 ultimate masters wearing iron skirts rushing out of the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. They took a long axe in their hands and wore battle armor, just like the legendary heavenly gods would. One step before the sword had no double sides, blocking him outside the gate of the Heavenly Serpent Temple. Blood Sword, Langjun has orders. If he wants to fight with him, he must pass our level first. The more than 20 iron skirt masters have a strong breath, and they are the same as the 5 iron skirt masters that the sword Wushuang beheaded in the 5th city. This is the 28 iron skirt guards of Tianqi Langjun. It seems that if Blood Sword wants to defeat Lord Tianqi Langjun, he must defeat His Majesty's strength first. In this case, even if the Blood Sword can really fight the Tianqi Langjun in the end, there will not be much power left. Everyone saw this scene and talked about it. At the end of the crowd, Lord Langu, Tiansong God, and others were watching the scene. Lord Langu shook his head and sneered, "This Blood Sword is really stupid. You must openly challenge Tianqi Langjun. Are you all right now?" His Majesty Tianqi Langjun's masters are merging one after another. I see how many blood swords can kill. Tiansong Shinjun also said faintly, "Langu, this blood sword is nothing but a brainless man. We don't need to control it." Stuck. The god of heaven Song continued to say, "Langu, we are always ready. As soon as the king of the serpent and the king comes out, we will kill in one shot." The ancient master heard the words and nodded. Temple of Heavenly Snake, outside the gate. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. When he was in the ruins of Tailuo, he could dominate the strength at the 4th level and defeated the king of the south, the 3 princes, and Yinpeng to the 3-party alliance with 1 enemy and 100. Now he breaks through to the 5th level to dominate the repair, and his strength has soared more than a few times. More than 20 iron skirts in this area dominate, and naturally he will not be taken into account. Well, then I will cut off your wings and come and kill you again. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, and then Wu Weapon's sword appeared in his hands. The sharp and overwhelming sword intention rose to the sky, as if to cut the heavens and the earth into 2 sections. The next moment, Jian Wushuang looked down at the more than 20 iron skirt guards. His eyes flashed coldly to the extreme. "Whoever stops me, who dies." Jian Wushuang's footsteps slammed. Wu Jian's magic sword flashed on the sword, and the two turned into a sword horn that penetrated the sun and the earth, killing more than 20 iron skirt guards. Reject! More than 20 iron skirt guards looked dignified, stepped forward, and chopped axe forward at the same time. The axe lights suddenly joined together, turning into a wave of ground-breaking light, splitting towards the sword unparalleled. But everything is useless. With a sword slash, the more than 20 iron skirts dominated, and the body began to collapse at the same time. This swordmang directly runs through these 20 iron skirts. Call out! Immediately after, the figure of Jian Wushuang gathered behind these 20 iron skirts who dominated him. But at this time the 20 or so iron skirts dominated the whole body before it was completely shattered. One sword beheaded the ultimate master of more than 20. Suddenly, all the people watching the city were shocked. Although more than 20 iron skirts dominate, although they are not strong in terms of individual strength, they are united. Even if they are the top powerhouse in the ultimate domination, they must avoid the three-pointer. After the crowd, Lan Gu dominated, Tian Song Shinjun and others. Their pupils shrank. I didn't expect. I underestimated this blood sword. Lan Gu's eyes flickered in his eyes, and he hummed coldly. On that day, Song Shinjun squinted his eyes, and then shook his head and said, "These 20 iron skirt guards are just ordinary people in the ultimate level. It's nothing. If I change it, I can do it." The Lord of the Ancients nodded his head and replied, "That's a good thing. The 20 or so iron skirt guards are just appetizers. If the blood sword has this strength, it is worse than the heavenly serpent king. Too far." At the same time, deep in the temple of the snake, Tian Snake Lang Jun sat on the big chair, and the eyes of the pair of golden vertical pupils flickered, penetrating directly into the void, and saw a sword Wushuang who killed more than 20 iron skirt guards with one sword. Well, it's no wonder that yin and yang slaves are not their opponents, but they still have some strength. Tian Snake Langjun said with a faint smile on his face. The next moment he stuck out his salive-splitting tongue and said, "Moro, Blackbird, you will meet this blood sword for me." "Yes." A dull voice sounded from the back of Tianchi Langjun. Immediately afterwards, I saw the endless darkness behind the big chair where Tianchi Langjun sat, and 2 red lights lit up. That is a pair of huge scarlet eyes. These eyes are as huge as hanging red lanterns, and they emit a dark red light. They are not like humans, but rather huge monsters. Immediately I saw these eyes, rising as if they were monsters, waking up from a deep sleep and standing up from the ground. Rumble. In this huge hall, a dull and loud noise began to make. The next moment, we saw a humanoid monster as high as nearly 10 feet coming out from behind Tianchi Langjun. This monster is huge and looks like an iron tower. His skin was dark black, muscles bulging up like steel, and the horror veins that were thick like arms were prominent on the surface of the skin and twisted like a tree root. The monster's eyes were like a red lantern, emitting red light, and the 2 fangs on the lower lip turned out and rose to the nostril position. On top of his head, there was a pair of curved, sharp horns piercing the sky as if to break through the sky. Chapter 42:30. Second more. Tian Snake, I and the other 2 have recovered nearly 50% of their strength, and after we have solved this person for you, we will be broken. A dull sound came from the monster's mouth. "Okay, Mo Luo Black Cricket. As long as you kill the man in the hall, you can regain your freedom and return to the last 8 cities." Tian Snake Langjun nodded. This monster with fangs and horns didn't say much after hearing it, and walked step by step outside the hall. Every step he took, the earth shook. His figure, completely out of the darkness, saw on his shoulders a childish boy with a wooden flute in his hands and a pigtail in his hair. Step by step, the huge monster disappeared into the temple of Heavenly Serpent. Tian Snake Langjun, still sitting on the big chair with a smile on his mouth, could not see what he was thinking. After the 8 cities, he looked up and muttered to himself. Outside the temple of the snake, Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, as if he had just done a trivial little thing, and continued to move forward step by step. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to step into the temple of the snake, the vision above him suddenly became dark and all the light was blocked. What's going on?" Jian Wushuang frowned and looked up in doubt. A huge, scruffy human face suddenly appeared above him, and those huge eyes like red lanterns were staring at him. This is... Jian Wushuang's face changed immediately. He could feel that the monster's power in front of him was as huge as the ocean. Mora family. Suddenly, those in the distance watching the 8th city, exclaimed suddenly. The Emo Luo family is not a big family in the universe because of the sparse individual, but each Emo Luo is extremely powerful. They do not practice rules and magical powers, but the physical body is inherently powerful with the power of tearing the sky and pinching the stars between the palms and feet. Every Moro has the ability to fight across borders. Everyone looked at this Emo Luo, and they all whispered. I heard that when Tianchi Langjun was in the last 8 cities, he once saved a Emo Luo, but unexpectedly the Emo Luo went back to the 8th city with him. Emo Luo is the fighting power of the latter 8 cities. Although I heard that he was seriously injured at the beginning. I don't know if the strength has been restored, but it is enough to kill all the masters under the invincible master. Look, that's the blackbird. The black owl, the companion of the Emo Luo, is responsible for learning supernatural powers and manipulating the body of the Emo Luo. Each Emo Luo with the black mu will be much more powerful than the ordinary Emo Luo. Exclaimed discussion. Jian Wushuang looked at the huge monster in front of him. His brows frowned tightly. Without waiting for him to think about it, he saw that Emo Luo had raised his huge dark arm and pressed him down hard. Before this arm was depressed, the incidental wind was already twisting in the void, making a terrible, sound-breaking sound. Good job! The sword in Wushan's eyes soared by 3 inches, and Wu Chang's magic sword in his hand was quickly pulled out and cut to the palm that covered the sky. Suddenly, the sharp and cold sword rushed into the sky. The sword Wushuang no longer kept his hands, and a third source of kendo broke out, cooperating with his more than 13,000 times the power of power to blast open at the same time. Zizi. Wu Weeping Sword was chopped on that giant palm. Since being strengthened by Tai Luo Sword Spirit, the invincible Wu weapon's Excalibur has encountered obstacles, just marking a long string of golden sparks. And that palm, after a moment of stagnation, they pressed again towards the sword without a double. What? Unscathed? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, his face filled with astonishment, and at the same time he stepped on his right foot quickly. His figure leaped backwards, avoiding this palm. An earth-shattering explosion came, and Emo Luo's palm was photographed on the ground, and a huge 5-finger handprint pit that was dozens of feet deep was shot directly. The white air wave turned upside down, and at this moment the void made a sound of click like glass breaking. In the 8th city, many of the ultimate masters who watched the battle from afar looked at this palm, all changed their colors. You know, the ancient road in the starry sky is protected by the rules made by that adult. Under the rules, the palm of Emo Luo can cause such a terrible destructive force. If it is placed outside, I am afraid even when an asteroid will be broken directly by this palm. Little guy, don't struggle. In the mouth of Emo Luo, a low, indifferent sound was made. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and finally there was a dip in his eyes. Sure enough, this starry sky is indeed the place where all the cosmos of the universe, the Tianjiao, are gathered. The Emo Luo who came out of the last 8 cities, even today has to wait for him. And Jian Wushuang looked at Emo Luo's shoulder, and the child with a wooden flute, sitting cross-legged, was more dignified in his eyes. Compared with this huge and horrible Emo Luo, this child who has not said a word from beginning to end and closed his eyes, poses a greater threat to him. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said coldly, "Open the sky!" Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Wu Cry Excalibur quickly trembled, and issued a cry of demon cry. The Buddha groaned. Immediately afterwards, a huge swordman was cut out. This sword is so beautiful that it folds into the void in an instant, and is cut off towards the head of Emo Luo. Roar! Under this sword, Emo Luo opened his mouth and blew a roar that shook for 9 days and 10 places. At this moment, the horrifying sounds condensed into substance, spreading out from Emo Luo's mouth in circles. However, in the face of Jian Wushuang's former killer, Kai Tianyi's sword, this sound wave just persisted for a few times. Then it was broken by the swordman, and it was chopped off again towards the head of Moroa. Luo's pair of scarlet pupils suddenly shrank, raising his arms to block. The blood-colored sword Meng, with a beautiful sword shadow, severely slashed on Moro's arms. This time it was still just a series of sparks, but it was extra, accompanied by the roar of Mora's pain. I saw a light white mark on his arm. "Little guy, you irritate me," Luo roared, and immediately stepped down, rushing towards the sword unparalleled. The entire 8th city trembled quickly because of Mora's flight. Kill! In the eyes of Jian Wushuang, the hunting and fighting intentions soared into the sky. Facing Luo, who flew towards him, there was no concealment on his face, and he quickly killed Luo too. The speed between the two is getting faster and faster, and finally, like two meteorites, they hit each other fiercely. The sword of Wu weapon with no hands in his sword was severely split on Moro's fist. Both of them were shocked. Chapter 40, 231. The first is more. At this moment, Moro's huge and burly body was covered with sword marks that were deeply visible. These sword marks were densely intertwined, like spider webs, and terrifying. Puff! The scarlet god's blood sprayed out from him, like a blood rain in the 8th city. Snoring. Luo's pant gasped, two red mists squirting along his nose. "You are a good opponent. You shouldn't fight hard for Tianqi Langjun and let him come out." Jian Wushuang stepped into the void and said lightly. Luo heard the expression suddenly cloudy. He didn't answer, but looked sideways at the child sitting on his shoulder. "Blackbird, what do you do now?" The child boy still closed his eyes, and his hoarse voice sounded in Mora's mind. "This person is right. We don't need to go to this person for the sake of the Serpent King." Luo hesitated a little and said, "But I promised Tian Snake to solve this person for him. We have done enough for Tian Snake. Moro, if I took a shot, then our strength that we managed to recover will come back to the original point again. Think for yourself, I won't stop you." "Stop talking." Luo looked up and stared at Jian Wushuang. The Luo tribe always kept their promises and promised things and never regretted it. Jian Wushuang looked at Luo, sighed, and shook his head. "Well, I'll do what you want." Jian Wushuang once again lifted the Wu weapon sword, and once again cast a sword to cut stars and slashed towards Luo. A little cold mang exploded. Thousands of silver rainbows condensed. Jian Wushuang's whole body power is poured into Wu weapon's Excalibur, and he splits in front of Luo. Roar! Luo opened his mouth and yelled, and also greeted him. Just when Silver Sword Rainbow was about to split on Moroa, the child sitting on his shoulder, trying to open his eyes. The abrupt rises. A huge snake tail shot from the depths of the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. The snake's tail passed directly over the Luo and slammed at the Silver Sword Rainbow. Click! Immediately the Silver Sword Rainbow, like glass shattered by an iron whip, cracked open piece by piece. After smashing the Silver Sword Rainbow, this snake tail suddenly pumped back at a faster speed. Jian Wushuo stepped back a little step, raised his head, and looked in the direction of the snake tail. I saw a demon young man with an inverted triangular face, his hair scattered on his back, and a golden erect pupil, wearing a mopping robe, while vomiting a snake letter, making a heartbreaking fizz sound from the depths of the Temple of the Snake. "Tianqi Langjun?" Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and a flash of glances flashed quickly, and the crowd watching the distance, with the appearance of this demon youth, has long been boiling. "It's Lord Tianqi Langjun." "Looks, it is Tianqi Langjun who can't hold back anymore. Is he ready to do it himself?" "We have tens of thousands of years. I haven't seen Lord Tianqi Langjun make a shot. I didn't expect this time to be forced out by this blood sword." "Blood sword can force Master Tianqi Langjun to take his own shot." Even if he loses, it is enough to be proud. Many of the ultimate masters in the 8th city began to marvel. And when the ancient masters and others saw the Tianqi Langjun coming out, they immediately lowered their heads. The shadow of a person's famous tree, the 4 words of Tian Snake Langjun, is definitely the most deterrent name in the top 10 cities. At this moment, a few people who were masters of Lango found that when they really saw Tianqi Langjun, they did not even have the courage to face Tianqi Langjun, as if they were afraid of being seen by Tianqi Langjun and knowing that they were coming. He was assaulted and killed. Obviously nothing happened, but the guilty conscience was extremely extreme. Among them, the maiden of Joshi and the god of heaven Tsang did not evade, and looked at the eyes of King Tianqi Lang, full of resentment. The 2 of them, one was chased and killed by the Celestial King, almost killed, and the other was almost swallowed up by the Celestial King at that time. The fear of the Celestial Lang was long gone, and there was nothing but resentment. Brother Lango, are we really going to kill Tianqi Langjun for Sister Joshi? The leader of Kuang, Yi, stood behind Langu, raised his eyelids secretly, and glanced at the Heavenly Serpent King, who came step by step from the depths of the Heavenly Serpent Temple and swallowed. Langu Wenyan. His expression was cloudy and uncertain. In terms of the Jiu-Shi Holy Land, except for the Lord of the Holy Land, the Jiu-Shi Holy Land is the highest status person in the entire Jiu-Shi Holy Land. He is an ancient master of this group of disciples. But if it is true in terms of status, it is almost heaven and earth with the Maiden of 9 Rays. Therefore, if he wants to get a step up in the Holy Land of Joshi, or even fight for the identity of the Lord of the Holy Land in the future, he must rely on the Holy Goddess of Joshi. Thinking of this, Langu bit his teeth and pretended to be righteous in his face, saying, "Well, what are you afraid of? Isn't there a cannon fodder in front of it?" As he spoke, Langu looked up at Xiang Wushuang, and a jealousy flashed in his eyes. He understood that after this battle, no matter whether the blood sword was lost or won, the name of the blood sword will surely ring through the top 10 cities of the ancient sky and enjoy the limelight. At the same time, he also had to admit that this one called blood sword, in terms of strength, I am afraid that he is much stronger than himself. Thinking of the attitude of Jiu Shi Sheng to Jian Wushuang, the jealousy in his heart became hotter. Tian Tsang Shinjun. When this blood sword is killed by Tianqi Langjun, we will take a shot, while Tianqi Langjun relaxes. Kill him in one fell swoop. Langu looked at Tiantsang Shinjun and said coldly. Tiantsang Shinjun nodded when he heard the words, and looked at Jian Wushuang's eyes, flashing a deep dread. He is not a fool. Through the battle between Jian Wushuang and Emo Luo, he has already seen that Jian Wushuang's combat power is definitely not under him, or even stronger. Unfortunately, this blood sword has a good skill. If you join forces with me, the chance of killing Tianqi Langjun will increase. Face alone, I really don't know if he should be arrogant or foolish. Tian, Snake Temple outside. Moro, let me do the next thing. Tian Snake, Langjun approached step by step and finally stepped on the void, stood beside Mora and said, "Okay, Snake, this time I owe you a favor to Emo Luo, and next time you return to the 8 cities, I can help you do one more thing." Emo Luo replied roughly. Immediately, he seemed to think of something again, adding, "If you can return to Hobaking again." After speaking, Emo Luo took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and strode away from here. Chapter 42:32. The second is even more. Emo Luo's departure. Jian Wushuang did not stop, but looked at Tianqi Langjun lightly. He could feel that Moro was not in his heyday in the fight with him just now. It seemed that he was injured and had been suppressing his own strength, and sitting on Moro's shoulders brought him the more threat and Moody Boy has not yet shot. If it wasn't for this time, Jian Wushuang would not mind letting go of his hands and feet, and the real battle with the name of Emo Luo was in full swing. However, what he wants to kill now is not Emo Luo, but Tianqi Langjun. He and Tianqi Langjun didn't seem to have any Martian flavor, but they already knew that in the 8th city today, only one of them could live. With the tremor of the 8th city, Mo Luo disappeared into the cosmic passage of the 8th city. Outside the gate of the Temple of Heavenly Snake, only Jian Wushuang and Tian Snake Langjun remained. Tianqi Langjun, come and fight directly. Jian Wushuang obliquely held Wu Cry Excalibur, his expression calm. Tian Snake Langjun heard the words, his eyes flashed for a while, and then there was a smile on his face, and he shook his head and said, "No, rush, blood sword, a delicious meal. Only through patient cooking can you become delicious." Delicious? Cooking? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked without expression, "What do you mean?" Blood sword, don't you feel it? The pure breath of divine power on your body is really delicious and fascinating. The heavenly serpent prince looked at Xiang Zhenshuang stubbornly, extending his forked tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, countless saliva dripping from his tongue. He closed his eyes, his face intoxicated. The next moment he opened his eyes suddenly and laughed softly. "So, blood sword, I will eat you little by little. Only in this way can I enjoy food." The words fell, and the handsome face of the god of snake suddenly turned rotten. The corner of his mouth grinned directly to the root of the ear, as if someone had cut his mouth thoroughly from both sides with scissors. The heavenly snake king opened his mouth violently, and the forked tongue, like a javelin, shot out of his mouth, with a venom sufficient to kill the ultimate master, and stabbed towards the sword without a pair of swords. Food! Find death! Jian Meng flashed in the eyes of Jian Wushuang, quickly raised the Wu-weeping sword, and severely pierced the tongue stabbed by the heavenly serpent king. Huh! However, Jian Wushuang's sword was cut, but it was cut. Afterimage? Immediately after, Jian Wushuang felt that a huge force hit him in the chest. Jian Wu's stature receded, and his figure was in the air, drawing a long wave of air. So fast! Jian Wushuang raised his head. His expression was dignified to the extreme. The forked thin tongue retracted like an iron chain. Tian Snake Langjun took the hand, and a smirk evoked in the corner of his mouth, with a strange voice. "Blood sword, come on. I can't wait to give you a reward. Pretend to be a ghost." Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, and his right foot was heavily stomped, and his body suddenly blasted out like a cannonball. He turned into a sword and killed him fiercely. Cut! Jian Wushuang Yijian split. The sharp swordman cut the world. "Blood sword, you are too slow." Tian Snake Langjun just turned his head slightly and avoided the cut of Jian Wushuang. Then his body was distorted for a while and disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Where is it?" Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and the divine power suddenly spread out, looking for the position of Tianqi Langjun. "Are you looking for me?" The cold voice sounded behind Jian Wu's ears. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with murder, and he didn't look back. He pulled the sword backwards and provoked. Huh! A huge snake tail, like a giant axe, slashed towards the sword Wushuang, colliding with the Wu-weeping sword. The speed of the sword is only one slower, and it will be chopped by this snake tail. Well, the response is good. Tianqi Langjun vomited a spit snake, and his shape was distorted again, disappearing behind Jian Wushuang. The next moment, a snake tail rushed out from under Jian Wu's feet, twitched Jian Wushuang's legs fiercely, and pulled down hard. Huh! Immediately, Jian Wushuang was caught in the tail of the snake, dropped from the void, and smashed into a loft in the 8th city that had been turned into ruins. Countless fumes filled the sky. The golden light flashed in the eyes of the heavenly serpent god, penetrated directly through the nothingness, and his footsteps once again shot toward the attic. Huh! Immediately, in the smoke-filled ruins, there was a rushing battle between Jian Wushuang and Tian Shilang. Did you notice that the blood sword was suppressed? The celestial snakes dominate the universe at speed. Although the blood sword's attack power is strong, it will not help if you can't meet the celestial snake king. Master, Tianqi Langjun is too fast. In the distance, numerous 8th city monks who watched the battle whispered, As the masters who can reach the 8th city, their eyesight is naturally not weak. Just a few battles between Jian Wushuang and Tianqi Langjun, they will see it. If it comes to attack power, Jian Wushuang's attack power, not under Heavenly Snake King, where the disciples of Jushi Holy Land and the god of Heaven Song live. Langu, I don't think this blood sword will last for a long time. We are ready to shoot at any time. Tiansung, Shinjun, stared closely at the 2 fighting swordsmen and Tian Snake Langjun in the smoke and said with a deep voice, "Already prepared." The master of Langa nodded, and in his hand a snow-white spear suddenly appeared. "Call out!" A snake tail shot violently, and the sword, unparalleled, quickly pulled the sword and split it. "It's too fast." Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy, his eyes constantly looked around, and he could only passively resist the huge snake tail that was constantly shooting from the void. He has exploded 10 times the willpower given to him by the laws of the universe. But even so, let alone fight with the Serpent King, it is extremely difficult to capture the figure of the Serpent King things, even if he can occasionally see the figure of Tian Snake Langjun. After the fierce sword splits down, the trace of Tian Snake Langjun has already disappeared in place. The feeling of punching on the cotton really made sword unparalleled disgusting. Hissing, the hissing sound of Tian Snake Langjun's letter continued to come from all directions, and then a cold and groaning sound sounded. "Blood sword, give up struggling. I will reward you well. I will crush your bones little by little, drain your soul little by little, and then burn your soul on the fire of God thousands of years. What do you say about this reward?" Along with this sentence, the figure of the heavenly snake god king constantly shuttled in the void around Jian Wushuang. Noise. Jian Wushuang ran a sword at his fingertips, split the tail of the snake, and took a deep breath and said to himself, "I can't go on like this, otherwise I'll be dead here." After that, Jian Wushuang flashed in his eyes and made a decision instantly. Talented Supernatural. Chapter 40, 233. Third more. After the words fell, a tremendous mysterious power came to the audience. I saw that within the 100 square feet of Jian Wushuang, it suddenly turned into a dark area. The primitive universe is extremely repressive. As long as it is in the realm of the primitive universe, Jian Wushuang's strength will be increased by a large arc, and the strength of the opponent will be weakened by a large arc. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw Tian Snake Langjun, standing not far from his right side, and quickly moved away. "Got you." Jian Wushuang sneered and stepped on his right foot, killing Tianqi Langjun. "Call out! Open the sky." A half-moon blood-colored swordmang split out instantly and landed heavily on Tianqi Langjun. Tian Snake Langjun did not expect that Jian Wushuang could capture his position. The sword was slanted directly on his shoulder, pulling a deep mouth. Can you see me?" Tianqi Langjun's cold smile disappeared and he frowned. "Snake, go to death." A sound of indifference blew, and the sword unparalleled was killed again with a sword. A huge sword mantle locked him instantly, containing strong laws of the universe, and slashed at him fiercely. Tian Snake Lang looked at the huge sword and once again twitched a corner of his mouth, sighing softly. "The prey has begun to resist." A trident suddenly appeared in the hands of Tianqi Langjun. Tian Snake Langjun flipped his right hand and also cut out a halberd with rich cosmic rules and blasted towards the sword Wushuang. The halberd and sword burst collided, and at the intersection of the two, a huge arc shock wave exploded, spreading around. Jian Wushuang and Tian Snake Langjun quickly fought hundreds of tricks. In the original universe of talented supernatural powers, the speed of Jian Wushuang and Tian Snake Langjun is at the same level. The magic power of the sword, unparalleled, far surpasses the heavenly snake Langjun. The situation reversed instantly. Disgusting little bug. The sword Wushuang sneered and laughed. The Wu, crying Excalibur in his hand, continued to chop out thousands of sharp swords, like a bomb, and blasted away towards the Tianqi Lang Jun. Mystery, swallow the sun! Tian Snake Lang Jun faced these thousands of sharp sword chi. His face couldn't help but hesitated, and opened his mouth suddenly, biting hard at these hundreds of sword chi. Boom! I saw with the snake King opened his mouth. Behind him suddenly appeared a shadow of a giant snake covering the sky. This giant snake opened its huge mouth, exposed its fangs, bit hard, and swallowed all the swords into its mouth. Immediately afterwards, this is not over yet. The serpent ghost opened his mouth again, biting hard at the sword unparalleled. Chopper Star! Jian Wushuang sneered, and the Wu weeping sword suddenly turned into a silver sword rainbow, splitting in the shadow of this giant snake. With a blast, the shadow of the serpent collapsed. Jian Wushuang leapt along, with 5 fingers reaching out, grabbing Tian Snake Langzhen's head. Now who is the prey? Jian Wushuang sneered, and more than 12,000 times the divine power in his body poured into his right hand, grabbing Tian Snake Langzhen's head and pressing it the ground. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, grasped Tian Snake Langzhen's head, and moved towards the wall, leaping fiercely. Jian Wu flew under his feet, grasping Tian Snake Langzhen's head, pushing all the way across, smashing hundreds of walls one after another. Fengruous sharp sword entwined between the 5 fingers of a sword unparalleled, constantly exploding on the head of Tianqi Langjun. Poor little bug! Jian Wushuang sneered, throwing his right hand fiercely, smashing the heavenly Snake King into a small lake in the 8th city. Suddenly, countless people were stunned. Everyone did not expect that the situation would reverse so quickly, that soon they had not responded, and Tianqi Langjun was crushed by the sword Wushuang. The realm of the primitive universe gradually dissipated. The sword holds Wu Cry Excalibur without hands and walks towards the small lake step by step. Wow! At that moment, the water in the small lake capsized and the raging waves rushed to the scene. A dark python swept up from the small lake and opened his mouth to scream. Blood Sword, I have decided. I will not only crush your body inch by inch, but I will also slaughter your entire family and kill all your close ones in the world. This python stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were so cold that he uttered words. Next moment, Tian Snake Lang, who turned into a body, rushed violently, rushing out of the lake, and flew towards Jian Wushuang. Poppy! Beside his huge snake, there was an explosion that broke the sound barrier. After turning into the ontology, he was faster than 10 times faster. Jian Wushuang just felt a flower in front of him and felt an extremely sickly smell. A huge mouth, biting him hard and swallowing him. No, the blood sword is going to be swallowed up by the king of the snake. It is said that in the stomach of the celestial snakes, there is a small world of their own. Even if the star galaxy is swallowed by the celestial snakes, they will be quickly corroded and digested. If the blood sword is swallowed by the heavenly serpent king, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Both of them are too strong. This is the first time I have seen the appearance of the Tianqi family. In the distance, the 8th city dominated by countless battles. His eyes flashed wildly. The master of Hao Ember and the maiden of Joshi immediately clenched their fists and looked at this scene hardly. The giant snake's mouth was extremely stinky, and the sword Wushuang, Wu Weeping Sword, propped up, blocking the snake's mouth to close. An icy air continued to come from the depths of Tianqi Langzhen's body. Jian Wushuang knew that even if his own body was strong, once he was swallowed by Tianqi Langjun, there would be no possibility of survival. Roar, roar, roar. Tianqi Langjun growled madly, and sword Wushuang was pinched in his mouth. But the Wu Cry Excalibur holding his upper jaw was unable to bite him. Blood Sword, I see how long you can stick to it. Tianqi Langjun's indifferent voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Immediately, a drop of venom sufficient to kill the ultimate master followed his fangs, dripped on Wu Weapon's sword. Suddenly, Wu Weapon's sword, dripped by the venom, uttered a burning. I saw the spot where the venom dripped at the blade of Wu Weapon's Excalibur, and dark patches the size of fingernails suddenly appeared, burning black poisonous smoke. Jian Wushuang saw a sinking in his heart. I am afraid that under this venom, until novel, Rao is the Wu crying Excalibur who has now reached the power of the ultimate limit of the law, and cannot hold it for long. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's expression returned to calmness, and he said, "The talent is amazing. The life is shocking." Cut. The star. Boom! Instantly, countless forces surged on Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's whole cards were no longer reserved. Except for Tai Luo Excalibur and Yongyi, he had used all his strength. Today, I give the world a look at the blood sword and snake. Chapter 40-234. The first is more. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's momentum was extremely powerful. A coercion from the depths of the soul came suddenly. This is the power of life deterrence. In an instant, time seemed to be fixed. Everything began to slow down, as if sinking into a mire swamp. Under this power, Tianqi Langjun actually felt that he was extremely small, and there was a feeling that he wanted to worship. This is from the higher life, overlooking the lower life. This is from the super-perfect life, from the blood of the soul, the comprehensive suppression of lower life. Jian Wushuang took advantage of this short dullness, and suddenly blasted out from the mouth of Tianling Langjun. And then Wu Wei Shenjian fiercely chopped off. Chopper star! Huh! Suddenly, Baizhang Jianhong in the sword without hands condensed, like heaven came, with black hair flying all over. Baizhang's silver Jianhong was splitting towards Tianqi Langjun. Click! Click! At this moment, the void became trembling because of this sword, and made an overwhelming clicking sound. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow fell, and the body of the swallowing python, which was transformed into a snake by the heavenly snake prince, directly opened a deep mouth. Roar! Tian Snake Langjun screamed extremely loudly in his mouth. Countless blood spread from his snake, spilled on the ground, and directly burned numerous pits. Under this sword, countless divine powers of Tianqi Langjun were annihilated, and the sharp sword's meaning continued to hang in his body, killing the divine power in him. Roar, roar! The heavenly snake god trembled madly on the ground because of severe pain. The huge snake tail, the whole 8th city that slaps, shakes for a while. At this moment, countless monks in the 8th city watching the war were shocked to the extreme. 10 Serpent King. Lost? Slaughter. Snake Snake. Sky Snake Langjun really would die in the hands of Blood Sword? Something is happening. Something is coming up. Invincible. This Blood Sword is invincible. Who can stop the sword? Countless people looked at the scene, with a startle on their faces, and then shouted in disbelief. The masters of Langu, etc., also flashed incredible faces for a moment. This blood sword really defeated Tianqi Langjun. There was a flash of disbelief in Gus' eyes. Behind him, those disciples of the Jushi Holy Land have already been scared and almost glared. Tian Songshenzhen's eyes flashed constantly, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of fear. But after taking a deep breath, he calmed down quickly. In his expectation, Jian Wushuang should have been killed by Tianqi Langjun, and then when Tianqi Langjun relaxed his vigilance, he killed them in one fell swoop, and then killed in one blow. But now, although the expectation is different, the effect is not different. Langu is now, it's time we shot. Tiansong Shinjun flashed a flash of cold mang in his eyes and turned back and drank. Immediately, Tiansong Shinjun stepped hard. His body soared into the sky and blasted towards Tianqi Langjun. The thoughts in Lon Gus' eyes flashed quickly, and he glanced at the sword, unparalleled sneer. Blood sword, you are really strong. But I took the skull of Tian Snake Lang Jun. Call out. He was holding a snow-white sharpshooter, and he was just as quickly swept away. Sister Joshi, you are optimistic. How did I break off the head of Tian Shi Lang Jun? He glanced at Joshi sister and looked proudly. Next moment, Tiansang Shinjun and Langu dominated the two, and hesitated at the same time towards Tianchi Langjun. 10 Snake, you will be guilty of multiple injustices. You see who I am? Tiansang God laughed loudly, and the blue sword appeared in his hand, and the thunder rolled on it, splitting towards Tian Snake Langjun. Tianchi Langjun, you remember, the ancient who killed you is also Langu. The ancient master laughed aloud, with a flash of his body, and combined with the snow-white sharp gun in his hand, pierced the head of Tianchi Langjun. This change came too fast. As soon as Jian Wushuang did not respond. When Jian Wushuang reacted, Tiansang Shinjun and Lan Gu dominated the two and passed him, forcing Tianchi Lang. Idiot! Jian Wushuang's face suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Now Tianchi Langjun is in an extremely dangerous stage, and even he intends to avoid the sharp edge. The two men are now rushing up. Is it true that the Serpent King will die on that day? Lying on the ground, the Snake King of God blood constantly pouring out of the snake's mouth, raised his head and slowly looked at the two princes, Tian Song God King and Langa dominated. The golden vertical pupil in his eyes suddenly burst out. Stuck happy. Before waiting for Tiansang Shinjun and Lan Gu to come near him, his huge snake tail volleyed out, wrapped around Tiansang Shenjun's body, and pulled at him fiercely. Tiansang Shenjun's face changed greatly. He only felt that after being caught by the snake tail, his divine power could not be evaporated at all. The thunder rolling on the sword in his hand exploded on the snake tail, which could only explode the black mark. How is that possible? God, Tiansang horrified. Seeing this scene, the master of Lan Gu suddenly turned wild and panicked. He looked at the constantly struggling King God of Heaven, only to feel that his body was shaking with fear. Escape! As soon as the ancient masters stepped on, they suddenly left. Haven't waited for him to take 2 steps. A bifurcated tongue shot out of Tianzi Langjun's mouth in an instant, and he caught the master of Lango and pulled back towards Tianzi Shenjun. Do not! Lan Gu dominated and shouted. However, it was useless at all. If Tian Snake Lang Jun did not encounter Jian Wushuang, it is definitely the most terrifying existence among the top 10 cities in the ancient sky. How can he resist? Suddenly, Lord Lango was swallowed into the mouth by Tian Sarang Jun, and his huge sharp fangs pierced his neck fiercely. The ancient god's magical power was constantly sucked away by the king of snakes. The master of Lango struggled frantically. However, only a few moments later, the master of Lango gradually disappeared. The hands and feet hang down softly, and finally the deities turn into powder. The injury on Tianchi Langjun was quickly recovered by the speed of the naked eye, which was destroyed by the sword. The 8th city monk, who watched the battle from a distance, saw the scene and shook his head without any mercy. This man is really stupid to the extreme. Well, who is Tianchi Langjun? Do you think anyone can step on his head? Does this person think he is a blood sword? Can Tianchi Langjun provoke him? It really deserves it. It's not enough to fail. The masters of these spectators watched, while looking at the people in Jushi Holy Land, full of irony. The next moment they sighed. Chapter 40-235 Snake Slaying, Part 6 Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely mysterious force descended on the scene. The area within 1,000 feet of Jian Wushuang suddenly turned into a pitch-black domain. The original universe had a strong suppressive power. As long as Jian Wushuang was within the domain of the original universe, His power would increase by a large margin, while his opponent's power would be greatly weakened. Immediately, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw Heavenly Snake, Playboy, standing not far to his right. He quickly moved to the side. "I've found you." Jian Wushuang sneered, stepped with his right foot, and rushed toward Heavenly Snake, Playboy. Whoosh! Split open the sky. A half-moon-shaped, blood-red sword light struck out instantly and landed on Heavenly Snake, Playboy. Woo-woo-woo! Heavenly Snake, Playboy did not expect that Jian Wushuang would be able to capture his position. The sword directly cut his shoulder, leaving a deep cut. You can see me now?" The cold smile on Heavenly Snake, Playboy's face disappeared, and he frowned. "Heavenly Snake, go to hell!" A cold voice was heard, and Jian Wushuang charged again with his sword. Clang! A huge sword light instantly locked onto him, containing rich universe laws, and slashed at him ruthlessly. Looking at the huge sword light, Heavenly Snake, Playboy's mouth pulled up into a strange smile again. He sighed and said, "The prey is starting to resist." A trident appeared in Heavenly Snake, Playboy's hand. Heavenly Snake, Playboy turned his right hand and also slashed out a halberd light containing rich universe principles toward Jian Wushuang. Bang! The trident radiance and the sword radiance collided. At the point of contact, a huge circular shock wave exploded and spread out in all directions. Jian Wushuang and Heavenly Snake, Playboy quickly exchanged thousands of moves. With the help of the original universe, Jian Wushuang and Heavenly Snake, Playboy's speed finally reached the same level. Jian Wushuang's divine power was far stronger than Heavenly Snake, Playboy's. The situation was reversed in an instant. Disgusting little bug. Jian Wushuang sneered in a low voice. The Wuqi divine sword in his hand continuously slashed out thousands of sharp sword qi, which bombarded Heavenly Snake, Playboy like bombs. Secret skill, sun devouring. Facing the thousands of sharp sword qi, Heavenly Snake, Playboy's face turned cold. He opened his mouth and bit at the thousands of sword qi. Boom! As Heavenly Snake, Playboy opened his mouth, a huge phantom of a snake appeared behind him. The phantom of the giant snake opened its mouth and bared its fangs. With a fierce bite, it swallowed all the sword qi. Then, the giant snake phantom opened its mouth again and bit Jian Wushuang. Sundering stars! Jian Wushuang sneered, and the Wuqi divine sword immediately turned into a silver sword rainbow and slashed at the giant snake phantom. Bang! With an explosive sound, the giant snake phantom collapsed. Jian Wushuang followed him with a leap. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Heavenly Snake, Playboy's head. "Now who is the prey?" Jian Wushuang sneered and poured all the divine power that was 12,000 times more than his divine body into his right hand. He grabbed Heavenly Snake, Playboy's head, and pressed it to the ground. Bang! A huge pit appeared in the ground. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, grabbed Heavenly Snake, Playboy's head, and pushed him toward a wall. Boom! 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 Jian Wushuang grabbed Heavenly Snake, Playboy's head, and pushed him forward, breaking hundreds of walls. The sharp sword essence wrapped around Jian Wushuang's fingers and exploded on Heavenly Snake, Playboy's head. Poor little bug. Jian Wushuang sneered and threw ruler Heavenly Snake into a small lake in the 8th city with his right hand. Countless people were dumbfounded. No one had expected that the situation would be reversed so quickly. It was so fast that before they could react, Heavenly Snake, Playboy had been crushed by Jian Wushuang. The domain formed by the original universe gradually dissipated. Jian Wushuang held the Wuqi divine sword in his hand and walked toward the lake step by step. Whoosh! At this moment, the water in the small lake was overturned and turbulent waves rose up. A huge black python suddenly swept out of the small lake and opened its mouth to roar. Blood Sword, I've decided, not only will I crush your divine body inch by inch, but it'll also slaughter your entire clan and kill all the people close to you in this world." The giant python stared at Jian Wushuang with an extremely cold gaze and spoke in the human language. The next moment, Heavenly Snake Playboy, who had transformed into his original body, suddenly rushed out of the lake and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Pa 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 pa! A sound barrier-breaking explosion burst out beside his huge snake. His speed was more than 10 times faster now that he had returned to his original form. Jian Wushuang's vision blurred for a moment, and he felt an extremely disgusting stench coming at him. It opened its huge mouth and bit him ruthlessly, swallowing him. Not good. The blood sword is going to be swallowed by Heavenly Snake Playboy. Legend has it that the stomach of the Heavenly Snake tribe is a small world of its own. Even the stars and the galaxy will be rapidly corroded and digested after being swallowed by the Heavenly Snake tribe. If the blood sword is swallowed by Heavenly Snake Playboy, there's no possibility of him surviving. The two of them are too strong. This is the first time I've seen the true form of the Heavenly Snake tribe. In the distance, countless rulers of the 8th city, who were watching the battle, had their eyes flashing wildly. As for ruler Hao Jin and Holy Maiden Joshi, they clenched their fists tightly and did not even dare to breathe loudly as they watched the scene. The snake's mouth reeked of blood. Jian Wushuang raised his Wuqi divine sword and blocked the snake's mouth that was closing. Waves of cold yin qi came from deep inside Heavenly Snake Playboy's body. Jian Wushuang knew that no matter how strong his divine body was, he would not be able to survive once Heavenly Snake Playboy swallowed him. Roar! Heavenly Snake Playboy roared madly. Jian Wushuang was in his mouth, but he could not bite the Wuqi divine sword that was supporting his upper jaw. Blood sword, let's see how long you can last. Heavenly Snake Playboy's cold voice rang in Jian Wushuang's mind. And then, drops of venom, enough to kill an ultimate ruler, flowed through his fangs and onto the Wuqi divine sword. Immediately, the Wuqi divine sword, which was dripping with venom, let out a sizzling sound as it was burned. Black spots the size of fingernails appeared on the Wuqi divine sword where the poison had dripped, and black poisonous smoke rose. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's heart sank. He was afraid that even the Wuqi divine sword, which had reached the limit of a principal's cardinal treasure, would not be able to last long under the poison. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's expression became calm again. He said word by word, "Innate divine ability, life intimidation. /*. Boom! In an instant, countless forces surged around Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did not hold back any of his trump cards. Except for the Tarot Divine Sword and Eternal Night, he used all of his strength. Today, I, Blood Sword, will show the world what I'm capable of. Chapter 40, 236. The first is more. You get out. Jian Wushuang faintly glanced at the maiden of Joshi and said, Saint Joshi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, she turned into a sigh and retreated silently to one side. Suddenly, the group of disciples of Joshi Holy Land, who stood behind the Joshi Madam, looked like lavish, mountain hunting, and so on. They all looked aside and asked, Blood Sword, what do you want? Blood Sword, don't go too far. We are disciples in Joshi Holy Land. Blood Sword snapped. Without waiting for them to finish, Jian Wushuang directly raised his palm and slapped it. This slap did not show any divine power, but it was drawn unobstructed on the faces of the deserted master and others. I killed all the snake kings, and still care about your Joshi Holy Land? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Suddenly, the masters of Kuangyi and others were all angry, but they were afraid to speak, but they could only cover their cheeks, lower their heads, and dare not look at Jinsho again. Jian Wushuang's one-handed kill of Tianqi Langjun was really fierce and mighty. They had already been scared of courage. The previous question was nothing more than a slap. When Jian Wushuang's slap was drawn, they even avoided the basics. None of it. Idiot. Finally, Jian Wushuang gave them a cold look and turned to leave. Where would the disciples of Jushi Holy Land make their own claims? Where would he use the divine body? How Emperor immediately followed Jian Wu's body. Before leaving, he glanced at the Jushi Holy Land severely and hummed, "I tell you, Lord Bloodsword is broad-minded and only slap you. It's okay, but am how Ember. But I will see you in the Shinkong Galu in the future. Otherwise I will see one kill one." Having said that, he quickly followed the pace of Jian Wushuang and walked away. After the sword Wushuang left, the dead crowd began to boil. Blood sword palm kills Tianqi Langjun tops the 8th city. God manifested, the world was shocked. Blood sword proved invincible. The blood snake slayer Langjun killed the first person in the top 10 cities of Dingxing Ancient Road. In an instant, the battle between Jian Wushuang and Tianqi Langjun passed like a hurricane. It not only spread to the 8th city, but also spread at a very fast speed towards other starry sky ancient roads and other caves in Tianchengchi world. 7th city, 6th city, 5th city, even the 9th and 10th cities behind the 8th city. The word blood sword is completely famous for the ancient road of starry sky. For a while, the word blood sword stood out, and among the top 10 cities in the ancient sky, all discuss the battle between the blood sword and the heavenly snake king. Some people say that Jian Wushuang is the top sun in the universe, and he and T go to the ancient road of the sky. Others say that Jian Wushuang is the son of a top supreme. For a time, the discussion about sword warriors filled the entire top 10 cities of Shinkong Ancient Road. But there were thousands of faces. Naturally, the stories that came out of them also gave birth to countless versions. However, when a message came from the extremely distant first city, the entire top 10 cities of Shinkong Ancient Road shook. The blood sword that slayed Tianqi Langjun. Only the 5th level dominates the repair. Countless people can't believe that they can cut and kill the blood sword of the invincible ultimate dominator Tianqi Langjun. Only the 5th level dominates the repair. Evil. Inferior level evil. Blood sword is only the 5th level master dominance, and it will be able to kill the invincible ultimate dominator level. If the blood sword reaches the ultimate dominator level, as long as it is not in the universe, who can heal him? I'm afraid those evil spirits deep in the ancient starry sky, aren't they? Blood sword will definitely become one of the new giants in the ancient sky. If they knew that Jian Wushuang was stunned when they killed Tianqi Langjun, now they are shocked. Countless people are crazy. The outside world changed like a vortex, and the sword unparalleled which caused all this happened, now sitting cross-legged on a mountain in the 8th city. The evening breeze, starry, Jian Wushuang in a black robe, sitting cross-legged on him, countless divine power around, nourishing his body. His exhausted divine power is rapidly recovering. After a moment, Jian Wushuang slowly spit out the turbid air at the exit, opened his eyes, and a glance of Shenmeng flashed in his eyes. Finally recovered, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly after beheading Tianqi Langjun. He did not rush to leave the 8th city, but looked for a mountain outside the 8th city to restore his spirit. After decades of recuperation and rest, his exhausted divine power was finally completely restored, and sword unparalleled. After his own battle, after the battle of Tianqi Langjun, he finally had a clear positioning. Today I, with all the means at my disposal, have been able to slay the invincible ultimate master, but the cost will be great. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. The means, he said, are all out, and naturally does not include the sword of Yongyi and the Taro Excalibur. You know, when he was dominated at the 4th level, he killed the 3 princes of Dafeng God Kingdom and the South King of Dajin God Kingdom with the sword of Eternal Night. Although the Tianqi Langjun is strong, he is not much stronger than the original 3 princes and King Jinan. If Jian Wushuang directly urged Yongyi a sword, it would be enough to kill Tianqi Langjun, instantly. Even in the face of the king of 9 robbers, Jian Wushuang had the confidence to fight. The original intention of Shinkong Golu, Yongyi, is a powerful sword, but it's the kendo of others, Taro Supreme's kendo, not his unparalleled kendo. If he relies on the sword of eternal night in everything, then even if he is strong in the future, he will only be a shadow living under the supreme Lord Taro. Taro Supreme, known as the first person in kendo since the ages, has been named Kendo Supreme, and no one has broken his legend so far. Numerous kendo masters have followed him in kendo tough effort and countless years of researching Taro Supreme Kendo. However, the result is that they can never surpass Taro Supreme in their lifetime. This is not what Jian Wushuang wanted. If Jian Wushuang wants to surpass Tai Luo Supreme in the future, then the only way is to continue to grow his strength and open up a truly invincible kendo that belongs to Jian Wushuang himself. In this regard, Jian Wushuang saw very thoroughly. After all, the strength is still weaker. Jian Wushuang sighed gently and looked down at the 8th city. I saw the 8th city, which was blasted into ruins by him and Tianqi Langjun. In these decades, the city has gradually returned to normal. This made Jian Wushuang have to say with emotion again, what great power that the master, who opened up the ancient road of the sky, has the world's power. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang looked up at Wudi Shinkong. Chapter 4237 Snake Slaying, Part 8. It's a pity for the blood sword. It took me so much effort to severely injure Heavenly Snake Playboy and kill him. But now, because of this idiot, Heavenly Snake Playboy has recovered. The blood sword is in danger. The spectators looked at Jian Wushuang and shook their heads with a sigh. Jiushi Holy Land, Hao Jin, won't rest until you're dead. Die. Ruler Hao Jin's eyes almost popped out of his head as he charged toward the Jiushi disciples. On the other side, Heavenly Snake Playboy's snake tail swung again, and he swallowed Divine Lord Tiansong. In an instant, the huge wound on Heavenly Snake Playboy's body that was cut by Jian Wushuang's star-slashing sword Rainbow began to recover. In just a few breaths, it was completely healed. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Heavenly Snake Playboy slowly raised his head and let out a cold smile. Blood sword, it seems like even the heavens don't want me to die. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said sarcastically. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he replied indifferently, If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Is that so? Heavenly Snake Playboy chuckled without a care. The next moment, Blood sword, you should die. His face suddenly became distorted, and his huge golden vertical pupils were filled with ruthlessness and madness. He bounced up from the ground again and shot toward Jian Wushuang. You're the one who should die. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly with an expressionless face. He lowered his head to look at the black spot on the Wuqi Divine sword that had been scalded by the venom. With a flip of his right hand, he put the Wuqi Divine sword back into his interspatial ring. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and his expression became calm. He closed his eyes and slowly said, Divine body, appear! In an instant, Jian Wushuang's body emitted a sound similar to frying beans. A wave of energy that came from the deepest part of his soul and the deepest part of his perfect life form began to gush out. Under this power, his divine body started to grow. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 10,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 60,000 miles at this moment. Everyone's face froze and their eyes widened in disbelief. An unimaginable giant, tens of thousands of miles tall and surrounded by endless immortal radiance, appeared in front of Heavenly Snake Playboy. His face was surrounded by chaos, only revealing a trace of his appearance. He looked exactly the same as Jian Wushuang. His power was indescribable and powerful beyond comprehension. It was as if he could break the universe with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a step. Heavenly Snake Playboy, who was originally huge, was like an ant under the feet of the giant. Under countless shocked gazes, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning flashed across his eyes. Other than having divine power and a soul that far surpassed cultivators of the same realm, special creatures also had a divine body at its strongest state. This was the first time Jian Wushuang had revealed his divine body to the world. The entire 8th city was shocked. What is this? Heavenly Snake, Playboy's speed came to a sudden halt. He raised his head and looked at the giant surrounded by countless immortal light, and his golden vertical pupils shrank. A cold chi rushed to his head. For the first time, Heavenly Snake, Playboy felt fear in his heart. Retreat! Heavenly Snake, Playboy's eyes flickered. He was uncertain about the giant who had transformed into Jian Wushuang's divine body. He immediately made a decision to avoid the sharp edge first. In an instant, Heavenly Snake Playboy was about to shoot into the distance. Looking at Heavenly Snake Playboy, who was far away, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change at all, and he spoke calmly. Suppress! In an instant, Jian Wushuang was like a god who controlled the life and death of the world and set the law. An indescribable divine power gathered in Jian Wushuang's giant hand and pressed down on Heavenly Snake Playboy. Boom! No words could describe the horror of this palm. The entire world was covered by a giant palm. There was no light, no earth, and no sky. Under this palm, Heavenly Snake Playboy seemed to have turned into a small snake that was at the mercy of others and was suppressed by Jian Wushuang's hand. Roar, roar, roar! Heavenly Snake Playboy screamed and howled. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not move at all, as if he was being pressed down by 1,000,000 mountains. The sharp and fierce sword essence was activated by Jian Wushuang. It exploded between his 5 fingers and bombarded Heavenly Snake Playboy continuously. Boom! 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 Heavenly Snake Playboy's snake body kept exploding, condensing, and exploding again. This process was repeated thousands of times. As Heavenly Snake Playboy let out a shrill roar, everyone was shocked to see this scene. They felt a chill down their spine as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This is too terrifying. Countless people's lips trembled as they spoke. After a while, when Jian Wushuang raised his palm again, it had already turned into nothingness. Heavenly Snake Playboy had been completely annihilated. Kacha kacha kacha. Jian Wushuang's 68,000-mile-long divine body gradually shrank and returned to normal after a while. At that moment, the entire 8th city fell into a deathly silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one was discussing it and no one made a sound. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang and they were all shocked. Until now, their minds were still filled with Jian Wushuang's indomitable and 68,000-mile divine body. The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. I want to compete with the heavens. After returning to his normal form, Jian Wushuang's aura was extremely weak and he almost fell from the sky. The price of using the divine body once is too great. Jian Wushuang laughed bitterly. Outsiders only thought that he had killed Heavenly Snake Playboy with a flip of his hand. Only he knew how much he had paid. At this moment, his divine power was almost completely exhausted, and his entire body was in pain as if it had been stabbed by needles. His divine body was on the verge of exploding. But it's good. It's not like I didn't gain anything. Jian Wushuang smiled and turned his head to look at the place where Heavenly Snake Playboy had died. He saw 2 sharp fangs and an interspatial ring floating in the air. Drops of pitch-black venom dripped down the fangs, corroding the ground and creating huge pits. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took the 2 poisonous fangs and Heavenly Snake Playboy's interspatial ring. Then, Jian Wushuang took out a few divine herbs from his interspatial ring that could quickly replenish divine power. He sat down cross-legged to recover his divine power. Each of these divine herbs was extremely precious. However, to Jian Wushuang, who had obtained the complete treasures of the Taro ruins, they were nothing. When his divine power had recovered slightly, Jian Wushuang stood up and walked toward the crowd. In an instant, everyone automatically made way for him and looked at Jian Wushuang with extreme respect. Jian Wushuang walked past them slowly and finally stopped in front of the Jushi Holy Land disciples. It was time to settle some scores. Sir Blood's sword. Jushi had a complicated expression on her face as she called out softly. Chapter 40, 238. The first is more. Inside the Taishu temple, the black minaret stood like a sword, and the thunder rolled above the sky. The 7 temple masters of the Taishu temple all stood respectfully under the minaret, bowed their hands, and looked solemn. Rumble! A thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a royal uniform among Wanzhong Leguang stepping down from the air. This middle-aged man is simply the pioneer of the Taishu temple, the Taishu Emperor. See, Lord God! The 7 main hall masters knelt on the ground and spoke at the same time. The middle-aged man was bathed in thunderlight, surrounded by thunder snakes, nodded indifferently and said, "Get up." Yes. 7 masters stood up. This time I return, there are 2 things to say. Emperor Taishu stood on his back and said lightly. The 7 temple masters all said nothing and quietly listened to the Emperor Taishu. In time, I will no longer serve as the Emperor of the Taishu temple, but I have already selected the person in charge of the Emperor. I have already chosen it. Taishu Emperor calmly said. When this remark came to an end, all the masters of the 7 palaces were all uproar. Master God, this is absolutely impossible. Immediately, among the masters of the 7 palaces, several temple masters stepped out and said quickly, "When will it be settled by others?" Emperor Taishu glanced at them lightly. Suddenly, the hall masters were shocked and did not dare to say more, but just thought more about the heart. However, without waiting for them to think about it, Emperor Taishu continued to say, "After I left, the first temple owner, Bingyu, was responsible for serving as Taishu Emperor. Dominion, do you understand?" The words fell, and the main leaders of the 7 temples of the Taishu temple all looked at the lord of the Bingao temple with complex eyes. The lord of the Bingyu palace heard that his expression did not change much, but he arched his hand. The Emperor of God is assured that I must manage the Taishu temple well and do not take care of it. The Emperor Taishu nodded slightly when he heard the words, and then the words turned and continued. The second thing is to lift the seal suppression of the prisoner dragon and let him dominate the ancient road of Shinkong. What, that lunatic is about to be released? This lunatic is released. I don't know if it is good or bad. The masters of the 7 halls of the temple all frowned, but they also knew that with the fall of the Qingshu, there were 2 temples. If they want to get a seat in the ancient road that dominates the sky, then they can only release the prisoner dragon. Come out and go to dominate the ancient road of Shinkong. Emperor Taixus' eyes flashed, and then he turned to look at the black spire behind him. I saw him waving his hand, and the black iron gate of the black spire behind it opened slowly. Inside the gate there was endless darkness, and a stale dust accompanied by the Yin wind rolled out of the door. Immediately afterwards, I heard a heavy gasp coming from inside the iron gate, as if there were some monsters about to break out. There was a sound of iron chains rubbing against the floor. After a while, a waist-riding monster was seen, and gradually emerged from the darkness in the minaret. The monster had blue skin on his body, a row of barbs on his back, and dark black iron shackles on both hands and feet. Taste of freedom. The monster raised his head and sighed, and slowly opened his eyes. I saw that there were only white eyes and no eyes in his eyes. He looked sideways at the lord of the 7 palaces, with a smirk in his mouth, and said, 7 lords, 10 chaos times, long time no see. The 7 palace masters heard the words and snorted expressionlessly. The monster wanted to talk again, and when he saw Emperor Taishu, he said lightly, "Prison dragon, let you out this time. There is something for you to do. Hey, I guessed a long time ago. You must have something to do with me." The prison dragon heard a smile and then pouted. Isn't this your usual way of doing things? Just let me go when you need it. Come out and wait for me to use up, then suppress my seal. Emperor Taishu frowned when he heard the words and said indifferently, After you have done this well, I can truly set you free. Oh! Prison dragon's pupils shrank, and a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. God, Emperor, are you serious? I talked. When did I lie to you? Tai Shuxian replied, lightly, Okay. Prison dragon turned his eyes, and then Feng Feng said, God, please, what do I need this time? I let you out this time, on behalf of Taishu Xianzong, to go to dominate the last city of Shinkong Ancient Road, and compete for the grand event of the universe. Emperor Taishu said, Dominate the Shinkong Ancient Road? Just dominate? Prison dragon sneered at hearing the words, and there was a brutal cruelty in his eyes. With the right hand of Emperor Taishu, the shackles on prison dragon disappeared. Suddenly, a breathtaking atmosphere, centered on the prison dragon, skyrocketed. Prison dragon slowly straightened his waist, twisted his neck, and made a clicking noise. It didn't take long for Emperor Taishu to leave Taishu star domain. And just when the prisoner was going to go to the ancient road to the starry sky, Bingyu supremely stopped him. Prison dragon, after you go to dominate Shinkong Ancient Road, by the way, kill someone for the seat. Oh! Prison dragon raised an eyebrow, became interested, and asked, Who to kill? Bingyu Extreme turned over with his right hand, and suddenly a black mirror appeared in his hand and handed it to the prisoner. Just kill the man in the mirror. The prisoner looked down at the Xuanguang mirror and saw that there was a young man in a black robe holding a scarlet sword and cold eyes. Who is he? Prison dragon asked with a brow raised. Blood sword. Bingyu Supreme spit out two words indifferently. At the same time, in the ancient road that dominates the sky, Jian Wushuang and how Emperor dominated the two and entered the 10th city. Master Blood Sword, in front of which is one of the 9 giants where Lord Lan is. How Emperor said, pointing to the largest fortress in the 10th city. Master Blood Sword, the first 10 cities and the last 8 cities are not the same in the Shinkong Ancient Road. The owner of the 10th city, also known as Zhengguanxi. Clearance when you master Lan is the ambassador of the 10th city. Jian Wushuang nodded after hearing the words and replied, Let's go and meet the Blue Master for a while. They walked towards the fort. Along the way, many people focused their eyes on Jian Wushuang. This person is a blood sword. Sure enough, I knew that the blood sword would come to the 10th city and thus the 8th city. In the last 8 cities, there are many good friends of Tianqi Langjun. The blood sword enters the 8th city for fear that trouble will follow. I just don't know if he can pass the test of Lord Lan. The sword had no sides and no expression, as if I had not heard these discussions, and approached the huge fortress building step by step. Chapter 40, 239. The second is even more. In front of the fort, 2 guards in dark blue iron armor stood in front of the gate. A banner with the word blue written on it was inserted high up in the fort, fluttering against the wind and hunting. Who's coming? The 2 dark blue armored guards crossed the bar with a long bar in their hands. Blocking the sword Wushuang's way, one of them asked expressionlessly, Blood sword, come here to visit Jingguan. Jian Wushuang arched his hand and said with a smile, Blood sword. The 2 dark blue iron guards shrink their pupils. Jian Wushuang's reputation is not too small recently. These 2 dark blue iron guards naturally know. Okay, Lord Blood Sword, wait a minute and I'll meet Lord Lan. The 2 dark blue iron guards arched their hands at Jian Wushuang, and then one walked towards the fortress. After a while, the iron-armored guard stepped out of the fortress, bowed down, and said humbly, Master Blood Sword, Master Lan, please. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang nodded towards him, and strode towards the fortress immediately. Upon entering the fort, a huge, rotating stone ladder appeared in front of the sword without double sides. "Come up." Immediately, a faint voice sounded in Jian's ears. The voice was so clear that it was impossible to distinguish between men and women. "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded back and said that the master who wanted to hear this voice was Lord Lan, one of the 9 giants of Shinkong Ancient Road. Jian Wushuang is still quite curious about this Master Lan. He wants to see how far the so-called giant level of combat power of this ancient sky has reached. While thinking, Jian Wushuang walked up the stone ladder. After a moment, a push-open mahogany door appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Alas! The next moment, the wooden door opened automatically. A woman sitting cross-legged on the ground, wearing a blue coat, covered with a veil on her face, only a slender figure with beautiful eyes, appeared in front of Jian, was double-sided. "Master Lan." Jian Wushuang shouted tentatively, "Blood Sword, come in and sit down." Lord Lan pointed to a futon opposite him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, strode into the room, and sat cross-legged opposite to Lord Lan. "Master Lan, am here to visit the customs for customs clearance." Lord Lan heard him and said, "Blood Sword, you can call me Blue, but this customs clearance is forgive me, I can't give it." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Lord Lan glanced at Jian Wushuang, paused, and continued. "Blood Swords, the richness of the rules in the first 10 cities and the last 8 cities are completely different. It can be said that they are completely 2 worlds and want to clear the customs. This is not something I can decide. The adult has already set the rules. He must cross the first 3 floors of the refining tower before he can get the customs clearance and enter the 8 cities." While talking, Lord Lan reached out his hand and pointed to it. "Does that adult mean?" There was a touch of thought in Jian Wu's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "Blue, please take me to the tower." "Little things, no trouble at all." Lan nodded, then walked out of the fortress with his sword Wushuang. Outside the fortress, How Emperor saw Jian Wushuang coming out and quickly asked, "Master Bloodsword, did you get Wenwen through customs?" "Not yet. Wait for me here." Sword Wushuang replied, and then followed Blue and walked towards a huge black tower in the distance of the 10th city. "Master Lan." "See Lord Lan." Along the way, the ultimate master of the 10th city, saluting respectfully towards the Blue. Blue nodded slightly in response. It can be seen that Blue has high prestige in the 10th city. After a while, the 2 walked in front of this huge black tower. I saw that this black tower has a total of 9 floors and is in the shape of an L. The sharper it goes up. The tower is engraved with 2 sharp refining gods' characters. "Blood Sword, this is the refining tower. The more you go up, the more difficult it is. There's no one on the 9th floor in the ancient sky. Owner of the body. Reach the 7th floor." Blue said lightly, "And Blood Sword, if you want to get customs clearance, you only need to pass the first 3 layers. I explain this, do you understand?" "Understand." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and no longer hesitated. After taking a deep breath, he strode toward the Lianshin Tower. "Blood Sword, I remind you that you must not be stubborn in this refining tower. You can reach the 1st floor is the 1st floor. Do not embarrass yourself. In these years, the ultimate master who died in the refining tower is not a minority. Finally, I would like to remind you again that this refining tower is dangerous, but also good fortune." Lan glanced at the sword unparalleled back and said meaningfully. Jian Wushuang heard what he said thoughtfully. "Thank you." Jian Wushuang thanked him, and the next moment he went directly to the refining tower. On the 1st floor, the refining god tower is a huge black space surrounded by countless darkness. Roar, roar. Every beast roar came from the void. Immediately afterwards, they saw a monster with 4 heads and 4 feet on the ground, with sharp angled heads and emerged from the void. Their eyes were red, grinning at Jian Wushuang for a while, stinky saliva and kept from the corner of his mouth. Bite eater. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He was no stranger to this monster. He had seen a lot when he left Taichu Divine Realm and traveled the universe. This element-eating beast is also known as the scavenger of the universe. Wherever the dominator in the universe falls, there will be their shadows. They live on the breath of divine power that has not had time to dissipate after their domination. If these bite-eating beasts talk about individual strength alone, even ordinary first-level dominators are not as good. But if they are united in groups, even ordinary dominators, they will have 3 points to avoid. Every 100,000 years, it is notorious to hear the news that the Beast Eater killed the practitioners who dominated the level. Roar! With the roar of bellows, countless bite-eating beasts emerged from the void, filling the space. They stared at Jian Wushuang stubbornly, rubbing the ground with their hind feet, as if they were impatient and wanted to tear the sword Wushuang. At last, when the first Yuan Yuanju leaped violently and bite towards the sword, unparalleled sword. Countless Yuan Yuansu moved. Native chicken tile dog. There was a flash of cold Meng in Jianwu's eyes, and Wu Weiss Divine sword appeared in his right hand, and then a sword Meng split, instantly blasting hundreds of Yuan-eating beasts into powder. In a short time, a feast of killing, like a flower in the dawn, began to bloom. Chapter 4240. The first is more. Soaring. In the sword without hands, Wu Weeping Sword swept across, sharply sharpening their swords and constantly blasting away. Every sword explodes, and there are not hundreds of bite-eating beasts killed. In the dense group of bite-eating beasts, blast out one by one. However, immediately after the death of these bite beasts, there were more bite beasts pouring out of the darkness, one after the other, killing swords in pairs. The sword has no two sides and no expression. For him, even if there are more of these bite beasts, it will not pose a half threat to him. With the Wu Weeping Sword in his hand, killing these Yuan-eating beasts is even simpler than chopping melon and cutting vegetables. I do like to see how many elemental beasts there are in this refining god tower. Simply, Sword Wushuang sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and directly controlled the Wu Cry Excalibur with his divine power, plundering in the first floor of the pagoda. Wu Weeping Sword is like a spirit snake. It walks around the sword unparalleled, and the icy sword light keeps splitting, harvesting the life of Yuan Yuanshou. This kill, it was so dark, and there was no less than 100,000 dying beasts who died in the sword without hands. In this refining tower, it seems that there is no concept of time, and it is not known how long it has passed. The bite-biting beasts in this first layer have begun to become less. Call out! With a flash of sword Meng flashing, Wu Weiss Excalibur smashed the last Yuan-eating beast. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Come! Sword Wushuang held out his hand, holding his 5 fingers out of nowhere, and the Wu Weeping Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. And on the first floor of the refining god tower, it is already full of swordsmanship. The next moment, this sword energy was absorbed by the refining tower. What's going on? Jian Wushuang frowned, and before he even thought about it, the scene suddenly changed again. There was still a dark void around, but Jian Wushuang could feel that it was a little different here. The space here is more stable, and in the void, there is a strong sense of regularity. Although this rule of breath is far from being compared with Wu Daoha, it is several times as many as the outside world. Flip! There was a sound again in the void, but this sound was different from the roar of the former bitter beast, as if someone was stepping in the dark. The first layer is the eater. What is this second layer? Jian raised his eyebrows and looked curiously into the void. Did not let him wait long. A weird man with bandages all over, holding a decaying broken sword and barely showing his eyes, suddenly gathered in the void. 1, 2, 3. In just a few breaths, Thousands of bandaged swordsmen gathered in the void. These bandaged swordsmen were wrapped in old yellow bandages, and their heads were wrapped around the bandages, revealing only a pair of numb eyes. The decaying broken sword in their hands hangs under them, as if walking dead, walking towards the sword unparalleled. Oh, unconscious swordsman, that's kind of interesting. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and then tried to cut a sword, and then cut it towards the bandaged swordsman. Huh! A loud, muffled noise came, and the bandaged swordsman, who was cut off by the sword unparalleled, was actually numbly holding up the decaying broken sword in his hand to block it. However, it is because the gap between Jian Wushuang and this bandaged swordsman is too large. This bandaged swordsman was chopped into powder only after blocking his breath for a short time, and Jian Wushuang slashed the sword on, cut out 100 feet of blood directly in the bandaged swordsman group, only before Kenken stopped and disappeared. Jian Wushuang split a few swords again and found that there was no difference from the previous one, and he shook his head disappointedly. This bandaged swordsman is too weak, just better than that bitter beast. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang did not have the thought of observing again, and released the Wu, crying Excalibur, letting the Wu crying Excalibur slaughter among the bandaged swordsmen. Huh! The sound of swords sounded. These bandaged swordsmen raised the decaying broken sword in their hands to resist. But sometimes they did not wait until they really resisted. Wu cry Excalibur was like a killer harvester from them, quickly passed by. The powerful sharp sword will directly blow these already decayed bandaged swordsmen into powder. It didn't take long for the bandaged swordsman to be completely killed by Wu cry Excalibur. Jian Wushuang spread his right hand, and Wu Weiss Excalibur shot back into his hand again. Absorbed again, Jian Wushuang frowned, and he could feel that the remaining swords on Wu Weiss Excalibur was absorbed again by the void around him. What's going on? Or, what is the purpose of this refining tower? There was a flash of thought in Jian Wushuang's eyes. From the first layer of sword energy was absorbed to the second layer of sword energy was absorbed. In the meditation, Jian Wushuang had an illusion. He is now absorbed in the sword energy. He, Jianni, will affect their trials in the God of Refining. After a moment, the scene before Jian Wushuang's eyes changed again. He knew that he had reached the 3rd floor. Only after passing the 3rd floor he can get the customs clearance for entering the 8 cities, thus entering the 8 cities. At the same time in the 10th city, hum, hum, 2 huge bells sounded suddenly in the 10th city. The sound of this bell is full of ancient vastness, giving people a feeling from ancient times. Hearing these 2 bells, all the ultimate masters in the 10th city raised their heads by accident. Someone has broken into the tower. 2 bells, which means that the person who broke the tower broke through 2 floors and reached the 3rd floor. They talked one after another. However, there was no strange color on their faces. After just saying a word, they lowered their heads again. In the 10th city, they saw many people who had passed through the 2 floors of the tower, so there was nothing to be surprised about. There were only a handful of people, and there was a touch of interest in their eyes, swept away in the direction of the refining tower. Outside of the refining god tower, Lon didn't leave, but hugged his arms and raised his head, watching the refining god tower quietly. Hum, hum. 2 bells came from the refining tower, and Blue couldn't help but tapped and said, these 2 bells came out almost at the same time. It seems that the blood sword is going through the tower very quickly. What? I do know when how Emperor came to this tower of refining gods, and when I heard Lan's whisper, a pride rushed on his face and he raised his chest. He laughed and said, Master, my blood sword, but it was naturally no problem to have killed the person of the king of the Snake Lang and crossed the first 3 floors of the god of refining tower. Lan heard a slight glance at him, but didn't answer, but continued to whisper to himself. I remember when Tianqi Langjun seemed to have broken into the 5th floor, he couldn't break up any further. I don't know this the blood sword can reach the 1st floor. After saying Blue, I continued to look up at the Lianshin Pagoda, and there was a touch of thought in my eyes. Chapter 42-41. Second more. Click and wipe. In the second floor of the Refining God Tower, the void around it continued to shatter. Then, the vision of Jian Wushuang's eyes changed suddenly, and the intense light made him close his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was already in a huge ring, and the ring was still surrounded by endless void and darkness. From the first layer to the second layer, there is almost no interval time, but from the second layer to the third layer, it is obvious that the interval time has become longer. Jian Wu's eyes blinked, and his mind kept thinking. He faintly felt that there seemed to be some traceable rules in this refining tower. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked around, and saw a huge stone sculpture standing in the center of this platform. The stone sculpture was burly, with a naked top and a huge white sword in its hands. The most important thing is that this stone sculpture has no skull. What monster is this time? Jian Wushuang did not rush to start, but looked towards the stone sculpture with interest. Click and wipe. Suddenly, within the third floor of the entire refining tower, it began to shake violently. The stone sculpture of the headless swordsman also began to tremble, and pieces of mud began to peel off. Finally, a blast exploded, and all the stones on the headless swordman exploded. Unbeatable power! I, law enforcer of the Great Circles, command of the Fallen Cross Sword Legion. The headless swordsman looked down at Jian Wushuang and said, "But you come to challenge my authority?" Jian Wushuang heard the words, and there was a look of interest again on his face. The first layer of bite-biting beasts has no thought at all and only knows instincts, while the bandaged swordsman on the second layer is like a puppet. Although he still has no thought, he already knows the use of weapons and even raises his sword to fight back. The headless swordsman in front of him could even have a short conversation. Unbeatable power! I, the large circle Starfield law enforcer, the leader of the fallen Crossblade Legion. But you want to challenge my authority. The headless swordsman, seeing Jian Wushuang did not respond, repeated his words again in a low voice. Can you just repeat these 3 sentences? Jian Wushuang frowned, chopping off a swordman. Call out. The headless swordsman screamed angrily and raised the large white sword in his hand to block it. A huge clash of gold and iron came, and the headless swordsman took 3 steps back. Wu Chang's Excalibur split a long stream of sparks on the white sword. Oh, blocked? This time the sword unparalleled is a little moved. Don't look at him. This sword is just a hack, but it is enough to kill the ordinary ultimate master. The previous level of Bit Eater and the bandaged swordsman on the second level could not take the sword. You are offending the majesty of the head of the Crusaders. The headless swordsman snarled and slammed his feet on the ground. Go to death. This is punishment offensive to the captain. The headless swordsman snarled in anger, grabbed his hands on the white big sword hilt, and fiercely fell towards the sword Wushuang. On that great sword, a trace of white smoke was burning. That is the embodiment of the laws of the universe into swordplay. Interesting. Jian Wushuang pulled the corners of his mouth and was not in a hurry to cast the great magical power to kill the headless swordsman. Similarly, Jian Wushuang wields the Wu weapon Excalibur, a strong cosmic law that is incorporated into the sword art and then displays the simplest basic swordsmanship to kill the headless swordsman. In a hurry, the two played against each other in 100 strokes. Although this headless swordsman knows how to apply the laws of the universe, it is only the simplest application of the laws of the universe and has nothing to do. Jian Wushuang shook his head without delay, and his body flashed. After appearing behind this headless swordsman, Wu Wei's exquisite sword fell straight, with a sharp sword, and he strangled the headless swordsman completely. The headless swordsman instantly collapsed into a fan powder, and Jian Wushuang's brows frowned again. He felt that this time it was not only his sword power and divine power absorbed by the surrounding void, but also his laws of the universe, beheading the headless swordsman. After that, they were all absorbed by the void around them. ZZ. In the void, it suddenly opened and a door appeared. Through this door, you can see the world outside the Refining God Tower. At the same time, a token engraved with the word Starry Sky appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Now the third floor of the Refining God Tower has passed. The Starry Sky token is the customs clearance that entered the 8 cities, and this void gate should be the gateway to the Refining God Tower. Outer. Sword Warrior doubled his right hand and took the starry token into his hand. Immediately, there was a hint of hesitation in Jian Wu's eyes, and he did not choose to leave, but sat down on his knees. He felt faintly. Maybe there was a chance fortune in this refining tower. Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. Outside the refining tower, the third bell rang. The third floor also passed. Lan's entire face was covered by the veil, and only a pair of beautiful eyes exposed flashed a touch of different colors. As the third bell rang, and within a short time, many ultimate masters gathered in the 10th city. Master Lan, see Lord Lan. These ultimates first greeted Lan, and then looked up at the Lianshin Tower to discuss. Who broke through the third floor of the pagoda? Listen to someone who seems to be stepping into the blood sword of the 10th city. Blood sword? That's not surprising. He can slay Tianqi Langjun. The first 3 floors of the refining tower naturally can't pose any threat to him. I just don't know the blood sword. After crossing the 3rd city, will I choose to continue to climb up, or just stop there and take the customs clearance to enter the 8 cities? It's hard to say. The more difficult this refining tower is, the more difficult it is to lose. I just do know what the trials that the blood sword encountered in the Tower of Refining God. After all, each person, according to their own practice, mystery, rules, etc., simulates the content of the test in the Tower of Refining God. It's not the same. Keep looking down. After discussing with the ultimate masters for a while, they stopped talking, but glanced towards the Lianshin Tower. Refining God Tower. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. The scene changed for a while, and the 4th layer arrived. A homeless swordsman with a saber around his waist, wearing a robe and thick black hair tied back, stands on the 4th floor. I, wandering swordsman in the universe, but you want to come to me and ask for sword kendo. The vicissitudes of the wandering swordsman glanced at the sword unparalleled, and said faintly, "Another kendo master?" In the eyes of Jian Wu, the light flashed away. In addition to the 1st level bite beast, the bandaged swordsman from the 2nd layer, the headless swordsman from the 3rd layer, and now the person who claims to be a swordsman of the wind are all it's the one with the sword. Inside this refining tower, there is something weird. Chapter 4242. The first is more. But you want to ask me about Stormwind Kendo. The vicissitudes of the homeless swordsman glanced again at Jian Shuangdio. When Jian Wushuang thought that the swordsman was like the headless swordsman in the upper level, and would only repeat those lines, the swordsman then spoke. If you're not here to ask me about Stormwind Kendo, then please don't disturb my sleep. If you plan to ask us about Stormwind Kendo, then now, hold the sword in your hand and be ready to die at any time. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and could not help raising his brows slowly. It's really interesting. Jian Wushuang whispered a strange expression to himself, and immediately stepped on his feet, striding towards the wandering swordsman. But you are too noisy. Huh! A swordmang was suddenly cut out of the Wu, crying Excalibur, sloping towards the wandering swordsman. Your speed is too slow in front of me. The homeless swordsman looked at Jian Wushuang's split sword, and immediately stepped forward, avoiding this sword, and at the same time the 9-day black steel sword in his hand stabbed towards Jian Wushuang quickly. It'll let you know what the true meaning of hate kendo is. The sword was almost at its extreme, and Jian Wushuang only felt that the wandering swordsman in front of him seemed to be able to change shape and change shadows. But in one step he swept into front of himself, leaving a trail of afterimage in the void. Good speed. Jian Wushuang gave a sigh of admiration, and his right hand, Weiss Excalibur, pulled up, blocking the fierce stab. Suddenly, a huge clash of gold and iron came out, and the 9-day black steel sword in the hands of the wandering swordsman stabbed a long string of sparks on the Wu-Wei Excalibur. Jian Wushuang swung his right hand, forcing the homeless swordsman back. The wandering swordsman flew backwards, and then stepped on the ground with his right foot again, killing sword Wushuang. You listen, the true meaning of my blast kendo is the speed between killing invisible. Suddenly a whirlwind swirled and surged under the foot of the homeless swordsman, and under the right foot of the homeless swordsman. The speed suddenly increased again. Feel the power from the wind. Mystery 9 winds. Boom! Instantly, countless divine powers condensed on the 9-day black steel sword in the hands of wandering swordsmen, and a blast of sword-like air burst out, dense and countless. In the end, these sword chi were intertwined together, forming 9 sword tornadoes that penetrated the world. As soon as these 9 sword tornado storms appeared, there was a shocking shaking sound all over the 4th floor of the entire refining god tower. The wandering swordsman pointed the magic sword in his hand and spoke indifferently. "This is my blast of kendo!" Suddenly, these 9 sword tornadoes stormed towards the sword, unparalleled. Good job. There was a sense of warfare in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he was really interested. Open heaven, call out. Suddenly, the majestic and mighty divine power condensed on the Wu Weeping Sword, and Wu Weeping Sword immediately issued a cry of demon crying, and the Buddha groaned. A sword-opening sky chopped out and split into the 9 sword blade storms. Boom! A loud noise came out, and Kaitian Jianming was so beautiful that it was crushed and passed directly to destroy the 9 tornado storms with the power of destruction, and then locked the wandering swordsman again and hacked at him. Faced with a sword that was enough to break the ground, the long hair of the homeless swordsman tied in his head was blown up, and his expression was calm, and he said, "Congratulations, you have completed the challenge. My mission has been completed, and feel my blast of kendo." As soon as the words fell, Kaitian's sword immediately broke on the wandering swordsman. The powerful sharp sword erupted and crushed the wandering swordsman into lotus root. However, the end of this time is a little different than before. I saw where the wandering swordsman disappeared. A trace of black lines floated, and then shot towards Jian Wushuang's heart. The next moment, this black line penetrated into Jian Wushuang's eyebrows, and Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that a comprehension of the blast kendo came to his mind. Jian Wu blinked his eyes, sat down with his knees crossed, and realized the blast of kendo that came to his mind. After a while, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his palms. A small whirlwind of swords gathered in the palm of his hand. Is this what Lan said is both dangerous and chance? Jian Wu's eyes flickered. Although this blast kendo was not very useful to him, he could also touch the bypass, aggravating his understanding of the origin of kendo. Whether it's okay kendo or other kendo, it belongs to the power of kendo. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the 3rd kendo source has reached a bottleneck. These kendos can just make the sword unparalleled absorb and digest, which is used to break through the 3rd level of kendo origin. Sure enough, Kaishin's power was also sucked away by the surrounding void. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, but he didn't bother to think about the reason, and waited quietly for the 5th floor. Outside the pagoda, with the 4th bell ringing, almost everyone in the 10th city is not the ultimate master of retreat, and they have changed their faces and came to the side of the refining god. The 4th floor is cleared. It will be the 5th floor right away. The blood sword is fast. Starting from the 3rd floor, each level in the refining god tower has a difficult time, but correspondingly, the greater the chance that you can get it. The trials that started after the third layer were not the best in the ultimate dominator and could never cope with it. It seems that the blood sword's combat power has not been exaggerated, and it really has the power to kill Tianqi Langjun. I just don't know if Jian Wushuang can pass the 5th floor, but the 5th floor is a bump. These ultimate dominators whispered. Master Lan looked at the Lianxin Tower without saying a word. Didn't wait long. The 5th bell rings. After the bell rang, it exploded directly in the sky of the 10th city, echoing back and forth, and the whole audience suddenly shocked again. This time, throughout the 10th city, no one can remain calm and go outside to refining the tower, intending to see, who in the end has such strength, can even break through the 5-story tower in one day. The 5th floor also passed. I remember. Then the Tianqi Langjun just broke into the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, even the arrogant ones in the last 8 cities passed by only a few people. I heard that this blood sword, only the 5th grade Master Shui, can reach this step. It is really daunting. If the blood sword can break through the ultimate dominator, I am afraid that the latter 8 cities will no longer be the 9 giants, but the 10 giants. I just don't know how far the blood sword can go. Chapter 42-43. Second more. There was a rush of discussion, how Ember dominated his head, and a pride rushed on his face. Now, he has a sense of accomplishment when he hears praise from others for his blood sword. Within the 6th floor of the pagoda, Jian Wushuang's expression was dignified, gasping slightly, and there was no relaxation at all. The test of the 5th layer of refining tower is a swordsman strong from ancient times who understands the dominance of swordsmanship. He is extremely powerful, even if he is also after a fierce battle. Xingyi Jian. It was extremely difficult to kill it. Of course, after slaying this ancient swordsman, Jian Wushuang's gains are just as great. He gained all the insights of this ancient swordsman on the kendo. Jian Wushuang can feel that his realization of the 3rd heavy sword meaning is like a bucket not filled with water. As he absorbed the swordsman realization of the sword fighter and the ancient swordsman, he gradually became complete. No dirt. He only needs to absorb the origin of a kendo master in kendo, and he can break through the 3rd source of cosmic kendo and reach the 4th source of kendo. At that time, his attack power and sword power will be changed again and again. As he thought, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Here is the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, there is nothingness and chaos. The strong regular atmosphere inside it is enough to compare with Wu Dao Hanoi. In this nothingness and chaos, there is only one giant painting hanging. In this giant painting, there's a figure wearing silver armor and holding a long sword, like the figure of a guardian knight, like the general of ancient heaven. The figure's face was covered with silver armor. He could not see his face clearly, only his closed eyes were exposed. He is very tall, full of the solemnity of Bao Xiang, a sense of inviolability. Jian Shuang saw this. His eyes flashed a moment. With just a glance, he felt the threat of the silver armor. Next moment, "Mortal, do you challenge God's majesty?" A sound like a rolling thunder emanated from the giant painting. Immediately afterwards, she saw the silver armored general in the portrait and suddenly opened her eyes. The 2 fronts were so sharp that they burst out from his eyes. Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but took a deep breath and held up the Wu weapon sword in his hand. This sword cannot be avoided. Click and wipe. Immediately afterwards, the image began to crack in the middle, and then a silver armor was seen in the image. 2 hands grasped the crack in the image and stepped out from the image. A shock of coercion suddenly came to the audience. Under this coercion, this chaotic world seemed to tremble. "Mortal! I am 300 years before the Chaos Era. The first under the seat of the godless will be Fei Hong, and the ultimate master who died in the hands of the will be countless. You have done a good job to pay the price of life to challenge. Is the majesty of the majesty?" Fei Hong's sword was expressionless, and his eyes were full of oppression and looked at Jian Wushuang. "There's so much nonsense." The sword Wushuang snorted, and immediately drove the Wu Weeping Sword, turning it into a sword-on and killing it towards Fei Hong God. "My kendo, just to kill and feel the power of God." Seeing this, Fei Hong Xin suddenly pulled out the Excalibur in his hand, a feeling, and was instantly taken from the Excalibur in his hand. "Open the sky." Jian Wushuang's head was full of black hair flying, and he gave a cold drink, and in the hands he opened Tian Jianmeng to be cut off towards Fei Hong God. Small power. Fei Hong Xin shook his head unconsciously, waved a sword, and slammed into Tian Jianmeng. This sword was just chopped out by himself, but it was full of oppression and killing, as if there was a force invisible which would drag people into the blood of the dead. A blast came, and the unfavorable Tian Jianmeng was actually broken by the Fei Hong God. "It's strong." Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and he felt it just after a fight. The Fei Hong Shenjiang's combat power is absolutely invincible, which is higher than any person he encountered in the refining God Tower before. "Come strong." The law of the universe, willpower. Immediately, Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated, directly using the 10 times the willpower given to him by the universe, and his whole body power soared 10 times. After all this, Jian Wushuang whispered, "Chopper Star." Baizhang Jianhong condensed instantly, holding the sword with no hands holding the Baizhang Jianhong, like the peerless sword Advent, severely chopped down towards Fei Hong Excalibur. This sword is enough to kill the stars. Oh, this sword is remarkable. Fei Hong Xin raised his eyebrows, and there was a touch of wonder in his eyes. Immediately after, he shook his head and said, "But that's all it is." After that, the magic sword of Fei Hong Xin was covered with a burst of blood, and then fiercely hacked towards Baizhang Jianhong. Killing kendo is as invincible as kendo. A blood dragon fiercely rushed out of the magic sword from Fei Hong Xin, screaming in the world, and opened his huge mouth to bite on Baizhang Jianhong. A tyrannical sword reached the extreme sword. Immediately the blood dragon shot out, and wanted to press Baizhang Jianhong under him. Click, 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 click. Suddenly, the blood dragon and Baizhang Jianhong were glued together, and the two swords continued to collide and entangle, sending out a muffled sound of broken void. It seems that the Fei Hong God will realize the origin of kendo and reach the 3rd level of success. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, his mind flashed. If after defeating Fei Hong Divine Sword he got his insights on the origin of kendo, and Jian Wushuang is confident, even if he can't immediately break through to the origin of kendo on the 4th floor, it is only a matter of course. After a while, Fei Hong, who seemed to be extremely tricky, was now in the eyes of Jian Wushuang, and became a fragrant puppet that improved the understanding of kendo. Immediately, a decisive flash of light flashed across Jian Wushuang's eyes, and more than 13,000 times the power of God broke out. The laws of the universe also merged into his sword skills, and he no longer hesitated to kill the Fei Hong Excalibur. Talented, supernatural. At the same moment, the original universe of talented supernatural beings that can reduce the opponent's strength by a large arc is urged by the sword unparalleled. An entire 6th floor of the refining tower is full of suppression of Fei Hong. "Oh, mortal, I have to admit that you are indeed qualified to challenge me." Fei Hong Xin shrank the pupil in his eyes, again without any reservation. The majestic and overbearing divine power, and the equally unfathomable laws of the universe, all burst out. He was full of breath and began to skyrocket. "Mortal, feel the power of God." Boom! A kendo duel across space and time kicked off. Chapter 40-244. The first is more. In the 6th level of emptiness and chaos, Fei Hong Xin and Jian Wushuang turned into 1 silver and 1 black and 2 shocking swordsmanships, and they were constantly colliding together. Fei Hong Xin battled the silver-winged Excalibur in his hand, and the Wu weapon Excalibur in the hands of the sword. He fought thousands of times in a short instant. The majestic divine power exploded in the void. Open the sky. Chopper stars. With a swipe of his right hand, Wu Wuxian's sword tremor in his hand trembled tens of thousands of times instantly. He opened the sky and cut the star in two styles. He successively drew from Wu Wuxian's sword and blasted it towards Fei Hong God. Magic. God angry. Fei Hong's Excalibur is also cold, and the face covered by the silver face armor, only the eyes that are exposed, have skyrocketed by 3 inches. Behind him, a pair of silver wings appeared, and the silver wing Excalibur in his hand was instantly covered by thick blood. A mighty power that destroyed the sky and heavens shot out of his hand with a scary sword. Prestige, cut! Immediately, Fei Hong God leaped high, and the silver-winged Excalibur turned into a monstrous blood dragon in his hand, chopped down towards the sword unparalleled. The two retreated at the same time, and the body shook. Jian Wushuang looked down at his right hand, and his mouth was numb for a while. The next moment, he looked up at the Fei Hong general, and there was a dignified meaning in his eyes. This is the only person in Kendo who did not lose to him after he came to the depths of the universe. Mortal, I have to admit that you have the ability to compete with God. If in my time, you would be no less powerful than the true God of Kendo. Fei Hong God said solemnly to the treasure, Noise. The sword had no expression on both sides and took a deep breath. Talented, amazing life. Boom! A deterrent force from the deepest part of the soul came to the audience. Under this force, as if time had fallen into the swamp, everything must be subject to it, kneeling in front of the sword without double sides and bowing his head. This? Fei Hong Xin changed his face instantly. When he wanted to attack, he felt as if there were millions of mountains resting on his body. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't control, and wanted to kneel down towards the sword. You dare to obey the prince. He spat out these words in a difficult way. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but his eyes flashed, and he was going to kill Fei Hong God immediately. Call out. Without hindrance, the sword of Wu weapon with no hands in his sword was directly inserted into the chest position of Fei Hong Xin, and then the sharp sword exploded. Mortal, take a good look at my killing kendo. Fei Hong Xin will take a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Then the body collapses, and he is strangled by the sharp sword to become a fan powder. A trace of black line floated above the place where Fei Hong Excalibur disappeared, and then shot towards Jian Wushuang's brows. Jian Wushuang did not resist, seeing that he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes slowly. A grand voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. I, Fei Hong Xinjiang, the Excalibur in the hands, is only for killing. Boom! Suddenly, a large group of Fei Hong gods will feel on the kendo, mixed with his memory, and instilled into Jian Wushuang's mind. The world in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly began to change, just like traveling through space and time. Before reaching the 500 chaos period, Jian Wushuang saw a teenager with a clear eyebrow, just 7 or 8 years old, holding a wooden sword and dancing constantly under a hillside. This is the feminine of childhood. Is the memory inherited? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, then closed his eyes slowly, immersed in the memory belonging to Fei Hong. The scorching sun was shining, and the young man was sweating like rain. His white shirt had been soaked with sweat, but he did not give up. His eyes were full of fortitude. He bit his teeth and kept waving the wooden sword in his hand. Over and over again, the sword shadows overlapped and intertwined, accompanied by the juvenile heavy panting sounds, and the summer cicadas whistled in the mountains. I, Fei Hong, must be the most powerful swordsman in the world. The sun is slowly setting, and under the hillside in the setting sun, there are juvenile ambitions. Xiaofei, come back for dinner soon. Your father bought a big herring from town. Down the hillside, The smoke rose, and a farmer woman carried a hoe, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and shouted, "Mother, I'm here." Fei Hong quickly hid the wooden sword in his hand, took the bowl on one side, and hurried down the hillside. This year Fei Hong was 8 years old. Turn around in time. This year, Fei Hong was 19 years old. This year was the only time in the nearby town that the Aoyama Sword School accepted the apprentice. Fei Hong refused his parents' hope to let him go to Beijing to take the test, and asked the village's Wang blacksmith to strike a rough and ugly iron sword, then sneaked out of the village and came to the gate of the Qingshan Sword School. He was mixed with a group of teenagers who also came to study and learn, and he was a little nervous. According to legend, the people who live on the Qingshan Sword School are all legendary immortals who can take the sword for thousands of miles and be very powerful. And he is just a farmer who releases a cow, and he has practiced a few handy swords and tricks, and he really can't put it on the table. After a long wait, it was finally Fei Hong's assessment. He summoned the courage in the serious eyes of the old man in charge of the assessment. He slowly walked up, awakening of the soul of the sword, the body of the sword spirit. However, when the assessment results came out, the entire Castle Peak Sword School shook. Fei Hong, from the release of a cow in a farmhouse, has become the most dazzling star among the entire Qingshan Sword School. None of them. He paid tribute to the most powerful elder in the Qingshan Sword School, and countless resources leaned towards him. Time is long, years are ruthless. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are constantly swimming. In a matter of seconds, 10 years have passed. At that time, the immature baby cowboy had become the master of the Qingshan Sword School, the star of the entire Qingshan Sword School. At the moment, Fei Hong, 29 years old, has a strong spirit, is confident and calm, and has a handsome appearance. Even when he was immersed in the harmony and tranquility of this division, abnormal change, sudden emergence. When he went out to perform the Zongmin mission, he provoked the young master from this area's strongest Zongmin, Purgatory Jinzong, and angered him to kill. In a hurry, great disaster is coming. His Qingshan Sword School was slaughtered from top to bottom, and the elders who were kind and gentle, and the lively and playful teachers and younger brothers and sisters died in front of him. He watched the scene as he watched, but with little resistance. For the first time he realized that he was so weak that he was only a trivial ant in this world. In the end, under the full force of the Qingshan Sword Sect Master, Fei Hong fled to the sky and was sent out of the Qingshan Sword Sect. Chapter 42-45. Second more. This blow made Fei Hong despondent, and he was wandering around like a bereavement dog. Suddenly he wanted to go home and see his parents, who hadn't seen it in 10 years. They should be old. However, when he returned home, the scene in front of him made him collapse. Blood bleeds into the river, and corpses cross the wild. All the people in the whole village were slaughtered by the people of Purgatory Sect Zone. The parents' bodies were then thrown away by the roadside, almost already eaten by wild dogs in the mountains, with a pungent stench. At this moment, Fei Hong's tense heart finally broke, and he couldn't help it anymore and burst into tears. He knelt down in front of his parents' body, dug a hole in the ground with his hands, and buried his parents' body tremblingly, burying them with one less and one less. On this day it rained heavily. During the thunder and lightning, Fei Hong knelt down in front of the tomb. Her hair turned white overnight. He knelt for 3 days and nights in front of his parents' grave. The spirited master disappeared and turned into a wild, wild man with red eyes, dry lips, and messy white hair. This time, he raised the sword in his hand. As a teenager, he practiced his sword under the hillside, and Fei Hong's magic sword danced wildly in the rainy night. The electric fan thundered, and the thunder was loud. On this day, Fei Hong Wu came out with the killing swordsmanship. Finally, in front of his parents' grave, Fei Hong struck his head 3 times and left with his sword. Time goes by, and a century has passed. In this century, Fei Hong tried the sword to challenge the world's kendo masters. He has traveled thousands of miles, 3 mountains and 5 mountains, and kendo has been repaired for thousands of miles a day, and he has quickly improved. Whether it is a well-known veteran kendo master or a newly emerged kendo genius, they have all become the ghosts of Fei Hong. None of Fei Hong survived. Finally, until one day, Fei Hong rose to 3 realms and became one of the top masters in that 1,000 world. He understood that it was time to revenge. Fei Hong, the sword-seeking ceremony of Purgatory Jianzong. On this day, Fei Hong stepped on the Excalibur with a chi of 30,000 miles, turned into a peerless sword rainbow that runs through the world of sun, moon, and sky, and swept over the Purgatory Jianzong blandly. On this day, Fei Hong's sword is light and cold on the 19th continent. In this small world, countless people all look up at this peerless sword fairy who cuts the stars. Kill. Countless kendo masters rush out from Purgatory sect. The killing began. In this battle, the sun and the moon killed the Shenzhou Lucian. The entire sky was replaced by blood. No words can be used to describe the tragic battle. Fei Hong's expression was indifferent, and his sword relentlessly took away his life. In Purgatory Jianzong, no matter if it is an old man who is drowsy and exhausted, or a childish boy who has just worshipped in Purgatory Jianzong, no one can escape the killing of Fei Hong. The sound of wailing, begging, and crying kept ringing in Purgatory Jianzong. But no one can touch Fei Hong's already frozen heart. Flowers blossoming in blood, blooming its beauty. On this day, there was a blood rain in Purgatory Jianzong. On this day, Purgatory Jianzong, all doors were slaughtered. On this day, there is no Purgatory swordsman in the world. Fei Hong's heart has been counted killing kendo so far. When he walked down from Purgatory Jianzong, the corpse, blood, and sea became his background board. Suddenly, Fei Hong became confused. In this world, there are no loved ones, no good friends, and even the enemy is gone today. Suddenly, he wondered where he should go. He looked down at the sword in his hand, and he understood. Years have passed since then, and the only thing he can rely on is the sword in his hand. He, Fei Hong, will live for kendo only for killing. In the rest of the years, Jian Wu watched Fei Hong with his eyes open and started his invincible years. He watched Fei Hong's undefeated battle, counterattacked in the killings again and again, reverse the victory, and set foot on the top of the world. He watched Fei Hong become famous all over the world, suppress 9 days and 10 places, grow up in a series of killings and constantly understand the killing of kendo, until he broke through the triple roots of kendo. He watched Fei Hong step into the ultimate realm, become the invincible dominator, and open up his era. He watched Fei Hong be the first general under the seat of the godless god, giving the sword silver wings. On that day, the entire universe was shaken forever. Fei Hong's first spread the name across the stars, invincible. The memories belonging to Fei Hongshin gradually faded away. The final picture of Jian Wushuang stayed at the moment when the sky fell and the Fei Hong Xinjian fell. From the farmer who released the cow at that time, to the esteemed Qingshan swordmaster, and then to the world-famous Fei Hong Xinjiang, Jian Wushuang saw his ups and downs, frustrated until he fell. In a short time, Jian Wushuang has seen the legendary life of Fei Hong Excalibur. The next moment, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. 2 gods flashed away from Jian Wushuang's eyes. As Fei Hong God faded the memory, Jian Wushuang felt that his understanding of the origin of the third kendo was suddenly changed. The bucket with a spoonful of water at all was finally replenished with the integration of the killing kendo. Jian Wushuang obviously felt that he is now far from the origin of the fourth heavy kendo, and he has already crossed the threshold with 1 foot, but it is just a line apart. As long as he quietly perceives 1 or 2 and breaks through the origin of the fourth kendo, it is only natural. Inside the 6th level refining tower, a vortex suddenly appeared in an empty and chaotic sky. Jian Wushuang knows that entering this vortex is the 7th floor of the refining God Tower. The seventh floor is also the highest record reached by countless Tianjiao since the opening of Xingkong Ancient Road. Jian Wushuang stood up, looked up at the huge vortex in the sky, and there was a flash of determination in his eyes. The legend of Feihong Xinjiang has ended, and the legend belonging to his sword, unparalleled, has just begun. Jian Wushuang struck his right foot hard. His body burst out and disappeared into the vortex, at the same time refining the tower outside. An extremely melodious bell sound turned into a circle of sound waves, rippling in the tent city. At this moment, the entire tent city is horrifying. Everyone raised their heads sternly, looking at the refining god tower. Their eyes were filled with incredible shock. Seventh floor. The blood sword has reached the seventh city. Since 800 years ago, after the Overlord reached the seventh floor, no one has reached the seventh floor. Blood Sword, after the Overlord, will become the second person to climb the seventh floor of the refining tower, creating records. Starting from the seventh floor, every step of the Blood Sword will create a new record. Countless people panted heavily, amazed again and again. Even the blue adult, who is one of the 9 giants, the face covered by the veil, there was a touch of shock.